A lot of people will say, but you were leading the first one. Yes, I led the first one. And I will say to everyone, I led proudly the first one. I don't think a second one is necessary. We should have learned from that first one. Otherwise, the dead would have been to no avail.
In 1970, the Igbos, majority the people of the present-day Southeast, began a slow and later a rapid recovery, having undergone a 2.5 year civil war. What they never knew was that 50 years after the end of the Civil War, they would be plunged into yet another war. This time, the enemy is themselves.
What does Biafra mean?
It means freedom, liberty, fairness, equity, and justice.
In practical terms, these are very good sounding words, but in practical terms, what does Biafra mean?
Confederation.
Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the group Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, first presented himself to the Igbos as an activist pursuing the restructuring of Nigeria.
My name is Nnamdi Kanu. The reason why we are here today is to protest the killing of innocent women and children, and men for that matter, all over Nigeria, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. We are not happy, we are not pleased with what is happening, and that is why we are here today. As you can see, there are a lot of Nigerians who are protesting about the killing of families, people who are determined to tear the country apart violently, and it is not something that we support. It is not something that we would like to see continue, and we are here today to send a clear message to the Nigerian government, to the High Commissioner, that what is happening in the country is unacceptable, and we cannot accept it. If that continues, it will lead to the violent disintegration of the country. There will be no more Nigeria for anyone to go to.
His message eventually moved from restructuring Nigeria to declaring the Southeast region the Republic of Biafra. According to Kanu, Nigeria is a zoo and Biafra is the solution.
We need guns and we need bullets. And the best way to defend yourself is to be armed.
Have you ever thought about the effects of what we're trying to incite? Is it possible for the concern to be addressed objectively?
There will be blood moon this year, because after this year we're going to be free no matter what happens, because if we don't get Biafra, everybody will have to die.
Nnamdi Kanu went on to form his own army, the Eastern Security Network, ESN.
This is the Biafra national anthem.
It was with the ESN, Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB group unleashed mayhem in the Southeast.
Also, I'm a Eastern Security Network, Nnamdi Kanu. No, and I'm here for any more help about today for freedom to come. Yes.
Although every part of the Southeast in one way or another suffered the impact of IPOB, ESN, Osu Izombe, Lilu, Osumo and Iseke, these communities in the present-day Imo State and Anambra State suffered the most because they were completely overrun by IPOB ESN.
Church Efrona una Monsaino, or Father Monsaino, boy and hood ever. In here with the secondary school, yeah.
Secretary Parish, Father Boroseba, Father Kashoka, auto offering, Hake, Tohanejaka Hake, Hey, what I bought Father Wuru that wool. When we you know, you to Mamma, a Kayato, Father Wurufu, how would I bought by fire by force, or by Father Wish. Here, Secretary House, the Natural School. I be about why Yoko, look at the roof. Look at even for that house. Yes, this father's house. We have everything burned down. How you shine how like Hebrews didn't cause us so yoko. He gave a list of father, Hebrew go the engine, now the coy, with the empty list of. So, father gave a one of the parish here. But bring him and Obodo see too. If I born. Gunde Juebia. Habia whatever Biafra de Weniru. Where's Uri in Igbo mother Devan? Now, Egwogi, a Lebogi bad name. Like my elder brother, she and Yora. The same mother, the same father with me. Habia Buria, Nabia Boye, Sinogera, Nara Hope 15 million. No, Nanelu, Ato Bomb, Nele Copter. A common man on a village. So, her work had shown them again, Yagi. Bad name at August Sabo. At August Sabonin, Subhini. He started doing nothing.
Using the Radio Biafra, which is based in the United Kingdom, Nnamdi Kanu launched a strategic, consistent, and unchallenged hate campaign against the Nigerian government, the Hausa Fulani ethnic group, and the Yoruba ethnic group.
As the leader of IPOB, I am a very powerful man. I know that very well. I can decide who lives or who dies. I can decide to play God if I want to. I have over 2 million men under my command. I can destroy anywhere I want to have destroyed.
Following a consistent and carefully crafted broadcast spanning over a decade, Nnamdi Kanu gained massive followership. He began with broadcasts aimed at teaching the history of Biafra and Nigeria.
We are the only people on this earth that suffered a pogrom, annihilation, a Holocaust. There is not one single foundation stone laid anywhere to remember those people. Not one. Not one.
Before Frederick Lugard came and created the monstrosity called Nigeria, I didn't know who this man was. My ancestors never knew him.
He came from somewhere. Overnight I said, from now onwards, your name is Nigeria. And we're looking at him.
He successfully created a narrative that the British deliberately created what he called the contraption called Nigeria, which he often referred to as a zoo. He succeeded in spinning the Boko Haram crisis in northern Nigeria and the Fulani herdsmen clashes with farmers happening mostly in the northern Nigeria to his advantage. He promoted a conspiracy theory that the southern part of Nigeria is under strategic conquest by the northern Muslim Fulani group.
If any of them had apprehended one Fulani person today, they should bring the person. It doesn't really make sense. Now you are agitating for Biafra, you are killing the people. I know a lot of several people that have been killed. We know the Biafra history. So everything you see in these communities today were built from scratch by people suffer and sweat. Mgbe egburu iko nsọ anyị na-anụ ya na ntị na egburu iko nsọ n'ọhịa wee nụ na ga-eji isi mmadụ ole amen 1000 wee lie iko nsọ anyị ama nọ na be anyị ka ha bịa ebibiri bịa egbu mmadụ.
Now you will understand. We'll bury him with 2,000 heads. 2,000 heads. Papa Benin is only 100. We'll bury him with 2,000 heads. Because if you don't know, now you know. We'll bury him with 2,000 heads. 2,000 heads. Papa Benin is only 100. We'll bury him with 2,000 heads. Because if you don't know, now you know. We'll bury him with 2,000 heads. 2,000 heads. Papa Benin is only 100. We'll bury him with 2,000 heads. Because if you don't know, now you know.
Yeah, the Reverend Canon Maren nke egburu last 2 years. Reason ha ji wee gbuo ya bụ enwere school dị na St. Andrew Ebele, one secondary school, Trinity College. So nyanwa na onwe ya na-ahụ maka ebe ahụ. So the day I left WAEC, that month of WAEC, on Monday, where both Thomas left WAEC on Monday. Hey, where they say the love seek at home. I let Chapala the WAEC, Haladio or Ladio, Hadiaba. I bury out baby bush, Abiabakaba, or Pota, Epotozubo, Ababu here instantly, Moimotiok.
Now the date Agbaburu do Kochukobo on 14th of September 2021. That day, Hachukuka Abiabuomu one of my house. We may escape. The wife of the Okochuku died recently under the shock of how to cope with the demise of her husband.
No Biafra, no peace. No Biafra, no peace. Who's a melody? No Biafra, no peace. Who's a melody? No Biafra, no peace. No Biafra, no peace. Who's a melody?
Is there anything that can happen that will make you change your mind about this particular direction?
No.
So it is either Biafra or nothing else. Or death.
wee lụtụrụ m ọtụtụ ife n'ihe a mere total of ụmụnne 12 ka m lụzuru na this particular thing asị a na-eme agitation ka asị a na-eme gịnị. Ụfọdụ ụmụnne m eriri anụ ha eri, ejiri esi egusi, ejiri enwe pepper soup. Ọ bụ na mgbanyere gị video, some of the video ka esi were gbuchasị ụmụnne m, you will shed tears. Ọtụtụ ihe mebiri na be anyị, mana ọ na-abụ ihe mwute na anyị a na-ekwu okwu ya mgbe ụfọdụ a na-aghọta. My house agbara ya ọkụ n'azụ ebe a kịta bụ my mom shop. They destroyed. They got from there, that is parking shop. All they destroyed. I lost everything in my family.
Ajali police station on fire. People are still trapped inside. Everybody should be careful. Today is 30th September. People are inside. We are trying to rescue some people inside. People are inside. Okuna about people inside. Ajali police station. 30th. Unknown men gone. Unknown gunmen.
Onweghị ihe dịka unknown gunmen. Enweghị gunman dị unknown. Ndị na-eme ihe na-afụ bụ ndị a na-akpọ IPOB PSL. And obidogodu from mgbe ha na-eme ihe Biafra. Ihe na-afụ bido na Akpaka Forest 2002. Under Mazot. Esi na Akpaka Forest mepe another camp na Likpa. From obere oge aje nwe office na Fege side Silas Works. Otu aka esi wee rụwazie ya wee werezie ya 2003 election afọ ndị ha rụrụ ọrụ ma ndị nke a rụrụ na state level ma ndị nke a rụrụ na federal level. Over time Nnamdi Kanu wee ghọtazie na ụwa zuru ike ji ya eme ka ego na ihe niile o ji enweta wee narụzie ụwa zuru ike lote na mgbe ụwa zuru ike were Nnamdi Kanu tinye ya na redio Biafra London ka o je were ya chenjie password wee mepezie IPOB registered 2012.
It is either we get Biafra or I die fighting for Biafra. It is better for me that way.
Mr. Director, sir, I have another question. My question is this. The organization, is this all about leaving people to death or actualizing the state of Biafra?
Without death, you cannot have life.
As the leader of IPOB, I am a very powerful man. I know that very well. I can decide who lives or who dies. I can decide to play God if I want to. I have over 2 million men under my command. I can destroy anywhere I want to have destroyed.
They come down the Kalu Yesewe Savior. Not only to me, to Igbo land. Somebody nguri na ye advice. Somebody believe in the akachachendi Igbo ni ne wa uro ni Igbo. Keduko fuonye yese make a tree yese make a forest. Keko yesigwa na ya will save you. Adende mother kweta. Ibia na Ala Igbo dị mma. Otazi as a savior. Wrozi a dungeon. Mother say no savior. Keko si wure savior. See how qualities of a savior. Kaima no denime na ndekalo. So a savior, one angry person. Savior, one proud person. Savior, one arrogant person. The qualities of a good person was this. I heard an email na ndekalo. Keko si wure savior.
I am warning everybody tonight, if you come out on the 31st on Monday, you are going to die. If you come out on the 31st, I'm warning everybody you're going to die. That very day, allow me to, on the 31st, if you come outside, you will die. If you're a road transporter, if you're a transport worker or whatever, you know how people behave. They want to die. Who can tell me what to do? I'm going to drive. That day you will perish. On the 31st, you will perish. I know 1 or 2 idiots who carry their basket. We are going to market. Can get change home I'll you that day. The land will eat you that very day. As you're going out to look for what the children will eat, the land will eat you instead.
any chairman of any market, be it Obani market, be it any market that opens on that very day, you're a gunner. The lamb. Highest thing, they will write about it for 2 or 3 days and you'll be forgotten.
Everybody lie down. Lie down.
Why do you people come out? Why do you people come out today that you know that you sit at home? Huh? Why do you people come out today that you know that you sit at home? Huh? I'm asking you people questions. Huh? They say what?
Ya bụ ndị nna anyị ha bịa bọrọcha akpụ buru plantain ha na-eche ihe anụ abụ ihe ụmụ oshi na-egbubu na-eke akpụ hacha n'enu ka ndị nna anyị na-abịa bịa bọrọcha akpụ ha buru plantain ha nke a bụkwa banana ka n'ezie nunu na-ekwe m ube na-eke onye ọbụla na
This is supposed to be a normal activity, daily activity. Get all as if it's a victory.
Eziokwu nze ọ ya ka ọ ka unu fo na-akwụ na-eke isi akwụ hacha kemgbe unu bịara ebe a last 5 years ago. Us is 6 years.
Okay, 6 years.
My 6 years.
So, 6 years ago, I call up work.
Mba ndị ọzọ.
Okay, akwa adụ na since ahụ.
Ọ na-ewu. Unu afụgo ya. Na-eche.
Okay. Ndị be anyị ji anya ụnụ wee na-afọ. Anyị kwuru na liberation, mana anyị afụgo na liberation, no bondage ka etinye ndị be anyị. Na ha gbara ọsọ since. Na ọkịta ka ha na-anachigata for the first time ọ bụrụ eji. Wee bịazie wee na-abụ akpụ ụnụ. Ọ na-ekwe ka ụdị fam ekwe ege.
So ilari anya be one have very big market or a call to international market. One of these boys, these criminals there. Mabai or and buying, gradually while your TP are buying, whether buying. When I thank God today, we are recovering gradually. So ilari ona buying the totally desolated. One young man gaga. Any long was in on this community. More worker, my wine, worker, Mumas, and they are able by Jadena. How we hire go.
An estimated 7.6 trillion naira, that is $4.6 billion, was lost over a 4-year period as a result of Monday sit at home. Anambra State alone estimates a loss of 19.6 billion naira every Monday.
ndị bịara be anyị bụ aha ọbụla sọrọ nnukwu ọnụ ya. Ihe anyị ma ndị onye bịara be anyị bụ Nnamdi Kalụ nwa afara ukwu kpọrọ ndị ohi na ndị ama were bịa obodo a.
This is the Biafra national anthem.
Chọpụ ihe mere ka ọtụtụ mekpa onye ọbụla ga-akpọkwa Biafra ala ọsụ a. Ihe mere ka ọtụtụ megidere n'ụwa mmadụ famili ọbụla nwoke nwaanyị ọbụla ga-anọghịta wee sịkpa na Biafra ya sịkpa ya Biafra asị ya. Ihe mere ka ọtụtụ ihe mere ọsụ mekpa ya. Ọsụ obodo ọma ihe slogan anyị bụ obodo ọma ibe ihe ọjọọ si bịa ya ma and anyị kwudo si na ihe ọjọọ ya lata.
Ọsụ obodo ọma onye wetara ji wetara ihe ọma weta ndụ weta ọganiru. N'ụbọchị taa udo ka anyị na-acha n'ala Ọsụ Itoko n'ala Ọsụ lokal gọọmenti n'ala Igbo niile. Anyị sị na udo ahụ ga-ereru ala taa. N'ụbọchị taa Chukwu ka anyị wee na-ayọ gị si lee ka anyị nọ ebe a ịma mkpa anyị n'iche n'iche. Anyị hapụrụ be anyị lee ka ụtụtụ aghara anyị ndị mbụ zụbara ya zụba bifo rute n'aka anyị. Ruzie kịta ọ dịwara ntụzi onye ọbụla ga-agba ọsọ hapụ be nne ya. Ụlọ a na-eru ahịhịa ka ụtụtụ eruchasị ahịhịa. Chineke anyị na-akpọ gị nke ịbụ onye ga-abịa lụrụ anyị ọgụ. Nke nwa gị ike niile dị n'aka ma ike si na mmiri o ike si n'ikuku ma nke si ebe ọbụla n'aka gị ka ha ncha dị. Anyị ewere obodo a na-enyefe gị n'aka were ala Igbo anyị na-enyefe gị n'aka na-asị nsogbu niile a na-asị na ọ ya ebere taa ka anyị na-ekwubi okwu a n'ala taa. Ụbọchị echi anyị ga-ala anyị ka anyị nụ n'ụzọ dị mma n'akụkọ dị mma. Onye ahụ taa a ga-ahụ ya echi ya bịa na ndị mere eme anyị sọzọ emezi. Chukwu okike na-eze yọ gị mmụọ ala anyị na-akpọkụkwa onye niile ndị ọbụla mana ike nke na-eme n'isi bịara were ike niile a bịa lụọ ọgụ. N'ụbọchị taa anyị sị na ọ dịgo mma anyị zọrọ ụkwụ na ụbọchị taa si na ọ ga-adị mma na eke oria afọ nkwọ ọ dịghị adị ire a sị ma ofe kụkwara ala ekwelo.
And I will say to everyone, I led proudly the first one. I don't think a second one is necessary. We should have learned from that first one. Otherwise, the dead would have been to no avail.
Thank you for your attention during the documentary. May affliction not rise again. So, the premise for all this marginalization, all this agitation, is that we are marginalized. Is that not so? We believe somewhere as Igbo that we are marginalized in Nigeria. And that is the foundation for all this agitation. Today, we are here to dissect that belief. Are we truly marginalized? Is it real, or are we imagining things? So, joining us on this first part of the discussion is, please, let's welcome to the stage Ugoji Maximilian. Ogbuefi Ejike Ndubuizu Ikwuoma. Ichie Udo Amuzienwa Mbalogolo. Mr. Chukwuka Chizorom Ofebu Ijele. We shall have 10 minutes for each of the speakers, after which we will throw the floor open for interaction. Now, during the interaction phase, we'll be free to express our mind, express our thoughts, ask any questions wherever we feel there is confusion. And it is our hope that by the end of this discussion, we would have really explored that narrative of if we in Igbo are truly marginalized in Nigeria. Because if we are marginalized, then our agitation is justified. Is it not true? But if we are not, and even if we are marginalized, we will create a proper quorum for discussion. Let me give the floor to the first speaker, Mr. Chukwuka Ofebu. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will try to squeeze my very long speech into the 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll arrive at a very important conclusion. Now, you don't judge the ability of the elephant by his capability to fly. Igbo, how come in everything we do we thrive, but in politics we seem to be coming short at every turn, every election cycle? And at the end of the day, we always hang it on others hating us, without consideration other factors that could have led the situation we found ourselves in Nigeria. Number one, we are always too fast to point towards the presidency as if that is the be-all and end-all of politics in Nigeria. Now, our events, by our events I mean our own history in this country from 1966, has been hampering us, and we've not had that conversation. Until we have that right conversation and put the blame where it is and consign what's supposed to be in the past to the past, we are going nowhere. We keep dragging the loads of the past, the mistakes of the people that came before us into our own future. And until we get it right and understand how to bargain with other parts of Nigeria and realize that there is more to having a president from your own region to what you are being told. First, we must know the type of candidates we are presenting. I'm sorry to say this. We are wasting our political energies on people with some questionable characteristics. I want to use that word, not use character here now. And the type of people, the type of energy they show to people do really turn people off. That is number one. The candidate, what sort of human being are you putting forward? There is no denying the marketing skills of an Igbo man, but those marketing skills can only lead you thus far. Politics of self-destruction. We destroy the best amongst us. At the end of the day, you want the whole country to stand behind a mediocre, somebody that doesn't have the financial backing, without which you can't be the president of this country. How about acceptance? What's the political strength of that person outside of the region? Have you put those things into considerations? You may judge your brother from a colored lens, but when he gets out there, realize he's going to meet other titans. There is no give me in politics. You take it. How do you take it? You build alliances. Go on social media today and see the percentage of the people constituting nuisance on social media. How are you convincing the other people? And we seem to be the only people that have outlawed common sense. Everybody must have one view. Is either my candidate or nothing. You don't follow. Oh, you are a saboteur, you are this, you are that. Where did that mindset come from? We need to get back to the basics. Read political education. Listen to even our own radios and see what people are discussing. The way they discuss politics as if it's a family meeting. At the end of the day, when the person fails, the number one excuse is, oh, they hate us. Do they have the financial backing? 36 states of the country. Do you have someone that have friends in high places in every single state you go to? You must not win the majority everywhere. Get a sizable number of votes there. As if we are urging them to lower the bar for us. No. By the time the British left Nigeria, the civil service The officer corps of the Nigerian military, majority of those in those positions are Igbos, and nobody went there because the others were tied down to a stake. No. Because we were prepared. We embraced public education. By the time they handed over, at the end of the day, the entire civil service, everybody was our own people. It panicked so many people within Nigeria. Then 1966 happened. From then on, we've been on the reverse gear. We lost our way. And this is why we've not presented any viable candidate. Not that we don't have the people, we do. But most of them, before it's even their time, we have destroyed them. How do you measure the success of a politician? Is it number of people, number of the mob that follow them? No, it should be legacy. Politician for politician, name me the greatest politician from 1999 till now. Projects and everything. And you don't get to promote them. Politics of emotions will not help us. And this, if you notice, I've not made mention of this marginalization because it's even an absurdity. Absurd to the extreme. To tell me we are being marginalized just because we've not provided the presidency, the president. This Nigeria. Name every single state capital in Nigeria. Barring the indigenous people, the highest number of people that own properties there are the Igbos. So where is the marginalization? Please, we need to end this victim mentality. The Hausas, they are more than us in number, more than us in landmass. They've not provided a single president in Nigeria. Go check, go figure. Please. We are not going, nobody in good conscience will say that he is being oppressed in Nigeria today because he's an Igbo person. It's about class. And let nobody tell you otherwise. Thank you.
The second speaker we have is Gaius Chibueze, speaking about marginalization of Igbo youths in Nigeria, real or imagined. We would watch the video right now.
Chief Gaius Chibueze, aka Akomani Dozio, aka Bitcoin Chief. I am very, very happy to be part of this wonderful conversation, the Igbo Conversation Conference. It's a thing of joy to be here with you guys, though not physically present. I am excited for today's topic because it is very, very important, especially at this time that we have this conversation. Are Ndi Igbo marginalized in Nigeria? Igbo marginalization, is it a reality or a myth? This conversation is long overdue. As a people, so many times, including myself, have often made this statement, Ndi Igbo are marginalized in Nigeria. I'm sure almost every Igbo person has. But today, from this conference, we are going to discuss both those for and those against. we are going to discuss if Igbo are truly marginalized in Nigeria. But before we dive into this topic, I want you to look at the ethnic map of Nigeria. How many ethnic groups are in Nigeria? We have the Efiks, the Ibibios, the Yorubas, the Ijos, and hundreds of other ethnic groups. Many are in majority and others in minority. If you follow the trajectory of Nigeria since the 1960s, political power has actually rotated only between the top three. And fortunately, during Goodluck Jonathan, another of the ethnic minority per se, which is the Ijos, had to handle the political power in Nigeria. But the question remains, looking at Nigeria of 1960 to date, not just looking at Nigeria of 1999 for this present democracy, have Igbo been truly marginalized? And we are going to be looking at this topic from the economic viewpoint and from the political viewpoint. So looking at it economically, Igbo are one of the people that have been truly blessed economically by Nigeria. The Igbo man is the person that has business in almost every village in Nigeria, whether in the north, whether in the south, whether in the west, and here in the east. So which means economically, we have not really been marginalized. Why? Because, so to say, we have been allowed to carry out our business, our economic activity in every nooks and cranny of Nigeria. Now let's look at it politically. Are Igbo really marginalized politically? But before you answer that question, you must look at other ethnic groups. Since Nigeria came into democracy in 1999, only two major ethnic groups out of the hundreds of ethnic groups in Nigeria have actually held power. And maybe the Ijos through Goodluck Jonathan, which are only three ethnic groups. So I have often said that while Igbo also needs to contest and be the president of Nigeria, why an Igbo man has to be, or an Igbo woman has to also contest and win the presidency of Nigeria, I have often argued that that shouldn't be our main focus. And that shouldn't be the reason why we are saying that we are marginalized. Because if you look at it, the Efik, the Ibibio, the Anans, and all these other ethnic groups in Nigeria, I heard somebody say that the real Hausas of the north, none of them have been president of Nigeria. It has always been the Fulanis that have been presidents in Nigeria. The real Hausas who are 100% Nigerians, not the Fulanis that migrated during the Usman Dafodio War. The real Hausas have not held any presidential position in Nigeria. The question remains, are Igbo really marginalized? I feel that it is very, very important as an Igbo person for you to remove any bias off your mind while you're looking at this topic of conversation today. I personally have done business in Nigeria. I lived in Abuja for 17 of the 38 years of my life. And there is no place in Nigeria that I've entered to do business and they said, no, we don't allow Igbo people here. Igbo people own almost 40% of Abuja as an ethnic group. Igbo people own almost 40% of Lagos as an ethnic group, which means that they are allowed to buy property, they are allowed to own property anywhere in Nigeria, especially in the heart of the west, which is Lagos, and in the heart of the north, which is Abuja. But every day we cry of marginalization. And unfortunately, homegrown terrorists have leveraged on this to cause confusion and to further divide the Igbo people. So, looking at this from my own point of view, economically, Igbo are not being marginalized in Nigeria. Politically, power is not handed over. You might not like President Tinubu, but Tinubu have often said something, that power is fought for. People fight for power and people get power. Nobody is going to hand over power to anybody. You see the way our brother Peter Obi went out in 2023 and how he performed. 2027 is around the corner again. If we all rally around him and sell him to other Nigerians, who knows, he might become the first Igbo president since democracy returned to Nigeria. So to summarize this conversation from my own point of view, I don't think Ndi Igbo have been marginalized in Nigeria, whether economically or whether politically. What we have not done is arrange ourselves well politically. Take a look at Southeast politicians. Are they really united? Whenever there is an important election, that election is thrown, that it is the time of the North will always organize itself in such a way that their strongest person is going to be the one that they are going to put forward. But when it comes to the time of the South, just the way it is right now, the internal backbiting and division among Igbo politicians. Let's not even talk about their political division. Let's even talk about, under Goodluck Jonathan, Ndi Igbo held 80% of the most juiciest ministerial positions in Nigeria. An Igbo man was a central bank governor, an Igbo woman was a minister for aviation. Igbo people had all the juicy positions under the Yar'Adua and Jonathan government. But guess what? The Southeast doesn't have an international airport till today. But we have often ignored our politicians. All we do every time is cry that the Hausas are marginalizing us. The Yorubas are doing this to us. I think it is time we come off this mindset. So it is my wish that this conversation today, every of you sitting down here, is going to open your mind and see how blessed we are to be in Nigeria, and to understand that Nigeria is our market. We can rearrange under what I call Maiga, make Ala Igbo great again. We can rearrange and make the Southeast the economic hub of Nigeria. Today, Chinese and the rest of them are beginning to set up their factories in Nigeria. Ndi Igbo had more than 20 years to rearrange and go into production. But majority of our people didn't go into production because of, we always like what I call the Indomie or container economy. Indomie, something that we can make sharp and sell and profit. Today, Nigeria is moving from consumption or from distribution to production. We can all see what Dangote is doing. This is time for Ndi Igbo to wake up and smell the coffee. Nobody is going to come to help us. Our politicians must be held accountable. Hold your local government chairman accountable. Hold your state governor accountable. Hold every Igbo politician accountable. If there is anybody marginalizing Ndi Igbo, it is our politicians and not the people of the West nor of the South. It is time to come to the bargaining table as a people and bargain. Instead of always playing victim, instead of always crying. No ethnic group in Nigeria has had it fair. Every ethnic group has been marginalized in one way or the other. If you can't even say of the West and the South, at least you can talk of other minority ethnic groups in Nigeria. So it is time for us to stop complaining and start getting involved. Young people of the Southeast must come out, register, get their PVC, and pick their leaders, and also vote in the presidential election. So I summarize by saying, truly, Ndi Igbo have not been marginalized in Nigeria. The marginalization has just been more mental. I have always shared the story of a horse tied to a plastic chair. And when the person stood up from the plastic chair, the horse didn't struggle to move. It stayed there until it died. Why? Because he believed that the weight was still on the chair. This is what has happened to us since 1967 after the Nigerian Biafra genocide. So it is time for us as a people to rise up, clean up ourselves, and realize that we are part and parcel of Nigeria. We are not going anywhere anytime soon. So the earlier we wake up and demand for what is due, up and smell the coffee and hold your political leaders accountable. Thank you so much for attending this conference. My name is Chief Gaius Chibwezi, aka Akomane Doziobo. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much, Gaius Chibweze. We saw his video streaming live from the United States of America. Before we move on, we would like to recognize the presence of the Chief of Staff to the Governor of Anambra State,
Dr. Ben Nwankwo. He's representing the Governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo. Thank you very much, Doctor. Okay, we would like to call up also on the stage Ugoji Maximilian, Ozioma Aneto, okay, so the next speaker is Chioma Aharotu. She will be speaking on marginalization of Ndi Igbo in the diaspora by the Nigerian government. We want to explore, are Ndi Igbo marginalized in diaspora, or are we not marginalized? She is based also in the United States of America and is joining us from the United States of America. So we'll also watch her video and explore the marginalization of Ndi Igbo in the diaspora. Thank you very much.
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, elders, and respected sons of Igbo land, daughters too. It really pains me that I could not be physically present with you tonight. There is a certain reverence owed to a gathering such as this one best expressed in person. But I remain deeply honored and grateful for this opportunity to share some reflections with you across this distance. Tonight, I want to reflect on Igbo marginalization from a diaspora perspective, on identity, on inherited narratives, on political consciousness, and the responsibility we owe the next generation. I sit before you tonight to not comfort you with familiar narratives, but to confront truths we have postponed for too long. And in postponing them, we are shaping a generation whose identity is becoming louder but less anchored in clarity. There is a form of marginalization that does not always come from outside. Sometimes it is inherited. Sometimes it is self-produced. And sometimes it is quietly embedded within the way we construct identity itself. For many Igbos in the diaspora, identity became something preserved through performance rather than purpose. Through titles, town unions, associations, annual meetings, get-togethers, and nostalgia. For a homeland remembered emotionally more than understood in its present reality. We must be honest, Igbo unions abroad once served a necessary purpose, and they still do. They were survival systems. They preserved dignity, created community, buried our dead with honor, and ensured that no Igbo person stood completely alone in foreign lands. We owe that generation respect, but we must also confront a harder truth. Many of those structures did not evolve alongside the realities of a new generation. They remained anchored in a version of Nigeria remembered through memory than interrogation. And in that gap between preservation and evolution, a vacuum emerged. In that vacuum entered emotionally charged narratives about identity, grievance, and belonging. Narratives powerful enough to mobilize emotion, but often too shallow to sustain serious political thought. And so we must ask difficult questions. How did identity become so easily shaped without interrogation? How did emotional certainty begin replacing critical reasoning? Why did conviction begin traveling faster than context? Part of the answer is uncomfortable. Many in the diaspora mistook distance from home for superior understanding of home. Being abroad became confused with being more informed, more strategic, more politically enlightened than those actually living in the realities on ground. But distance does not guarantee clarity. Sometimes it produces something more dangerous, confidence without consequence. And within that environment, a generation of young Igbos in the diaspora emerged, emotionally invested in their homeland many of them have not lived in deeply enough to fully understand. A generation inheriting not only culture, but contested history. Often without the tools to interrogate how that history was being framed. This is where the danger begins. Because when identity is shaped primarily through grievance and agitation rather than governance and construction, you raise people who can describe injustice fluently but cannot design stability. People who can repeat history passionately but cannot build systems capable of outliving emotion. We must speak honestly about leadership, about the vacuum where leadership should have existed. When accountable and forward-looking leadership is absent, louder narratives rise to fill the space. And the loudest narratives are not always the wisest. Often, they are simply the most emotionally persuasive. This is how cycles repeat. And this is how agitation around Biafra evolved within diaspora consciousness. For many people, it did not begin with deep political study. It began with emotion, with inherited pain, with nostalgia, with stories passed down across generations, often without equal emphasis on complexity, political failures, or the realities of the modern international system. Over time, that emotional inheritance became fertile ground for simplified narratives that framed disagreement as betrayal, narratives that reduced a deeply layered history into moral absolutes, narratives that convinced many young people that shouting Biafra was itself a political strategy. But slogans are not strategy, emotion is not governance, and outrage is not institution building. We must say this clearly today. Anyị bụ ndị Igbo. We were Igbo before Biafra, and we will remain Igbo long after every agitation and political movement has passed. Our identity is older than any single political project, and it cannot survive if it becomes permanently trapped inside grievance alone. That is why interrogation matters. Because if something claims to represent us, it must survive scrutiny. We must also confront another difficult truth. Some of us in the diaspora fell in love with the idea of Ala Igbo without engaging in the responsibility of building Ala Igbo. Loving a homeland is not the same as developing it. And sometimes what masqueraded as political consciousness was actually nostalgia searching for emotional belonging. We must also be careful of exceptionalism without introspection. Many Igbo children growing up hearing that we are uniquely gifted, uniquely resilient, uniquely targeted, uniquely indispensable. Pride in one's people is very healthy, but there is a difference between pride and mythology. Pride builds confidence, mythology blinds judgment. Because once the people begin to believe they are incapable of error, interrogation disappears, and once interrogation disappears, manipulation becomes a lot easier. We must also confront international reality honestly. Self-determination under international law is not simply an emotional declaration. The United Nations balances self-determination against another principle, the territorial integrity of existing states. The international system does not recognize separatist claims because people are angry or historically wounded. It evaluates governance capacity, institutional viability, political processes, and whether a movement demonstrates stability rather than internal collapse. And this part matters. Because no serious international institution interprets economic paralysis, fear within communities, and prolonged internal instability as evidence of state readiness. The world does not interpret self-inflicted collapse as strategic strength. And no eternal body is waiting to break Nigeria apart because we damaged ourselves internally. That is not how international systems work. The Nigerian Civil War ended over 50 years ago under the framework of no victor, no vanquished. Whether people agree emotionally with that outcome is separate from the international reality that the conflict is largely treated as historically concluded within the Nigerian state. Ignoring that reality weakens intellectual seriousness. We must also confront another uncomfortable truth. Outside Nigeria, very few people primarily understand us through tribe. The world encounters us as Nigerians, Africans, professionals, entrepreneurs, innovators, immigrants, and global citizens. Meanwhile, we continue to define ourselves internally through division first. And yet, despite every narrative of permanent exclusion, Igbos continue to move forward, build, trade, compete, and thrive across Nigeria. We are present in every corner of Nigeria because our people are adaptive. Ndi would be industrious. We are resilient and mobile. Anywhere you do not find an Igbo person, one Nemobocha, life may hardly be there. That spirit of movement is part of who we are. And this reality complicates simplistic narratives of permanent helplessness. Because the world also observes practical realities. It sees Igbo governors governing Igbo states. It sees representation within our communities. It sees economic influence extending far beyond the Southeast. And naturally, it asks questions about how marginalization is being defined politically, institutionally, and socially. Serious people must be willing to confront serious questions. We must also confront contradictions within our diaspora spaces. Some in the diaspora who spoke passionately about sacrifice, restoration, and liberation never relocated their own families into the realities they were encouraging others to endure in the name of Biafra. While children abroad continued attending school every Monday, communities back home absorbed the consequences of instability, fear, shutdowns, economic losses, and fragmentation. That contradiction matters immensely. Because credibility weakens when advocacy and consequence remain permanently separated. And we must have the courage to say plainly that across parts of Igbo land, prolonged agitation did not produce unity. It produced nkewa na ntisa, division and scattering. It disrupted economic rhythm, it weakened internal trust, and it burdened ordinary people. No people move forward by crippling their own economy, while hoping external factors and actors will rescue them afterward. No society builds prosperity by normalizing instability within itself. And no future can survive if an entire generation inherits outrage without structure, identity without direction, and political emotion without institutional thinking. We cannot raise another generation whose political imagination ends at protest and outrage. We need a generation trained in governance, diplomacy, economics, infrastructure, technology, security, education, and institution building. Nations are not built by outrage alone. They are built by systems and on systems. And we must also confront the contradiction of brain drain. A people cannot continuously celebrate escape from home while simultaneously claiming home is being prepared for meaningful return. If our brightest minds continue living permanently, then we must ask ourselves honestly, what exactly are we building? There's an Igbo saying, when the right hand washes the left and the left washes the right, both become clean. That proverb reminds us that survival requires mutual responsibility, not endless fragmentation. And perhaps that is the responsibility before us now. Not blind loyalty to inherited narratives, not emotional attachment to slogans, not nostalgia disguised as political strategy, but the courage to interrogate what we are building, what we are sustaining, what we are advocating for, and what we are passing on to the next generation. Because the greatest threat to Igbo survival today is no longer war. It is intellectual stagnation disguised as loyalty. And we will fail to, and if we fail to confront that honestly, we may preserve identity in language, ceremony, titles, and symbolism while losing it in substance, discipline, clarity, and vision. The next chapter of Igbo history cannot be built primarily through agitation. It must be built through institutions, through education, through economic coordination, through political sophistication, through media ownership, through technological advancement, through security thinking, through disciplined leadership, capable of thinking beyond emotion and beyond election cycles. Our children do not need another generation of inherited outrage. They need intellectual infrastructure. They need historical honesty. They need systems strong enough to make belonging meaningful again. Because the future of Igbo people will not be secured by who shouts the loudest online. It will be secured by who builds the strongest institutions, develops the strongest minds, and creates the most stability. And leaves structures capable of outliving personalities and movements. History will not ask us how angry we were. History will ask us what we built. I'm Obuchioma Merles Agoche. Abumonye is in Hidden BC, non-Imo states. Dalono. Yagaziera inine. Yagaziera Ala Igbo. Yagaziera Igbo. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Can the applause be more louder? Otego Aijasu Oyibo, or this is a conobro event Igbo kaineme. Akwai bundi Igbo. Eba Juloi, akwai bundi Igbo. Event Igbo kaineme. I bundi Igbo integration movement. Unafuna event mena gaga. Abiam Kam recognize there are some people here. We have a lot of dignitaries here. We're streaming live from the capital city of Oka in Anambra State. Just in case you're joining us online, please, I can see a lot of young people with their phones. I hope you're trying to engage your friends. What we're doing here is something that you should be proud. Tomorrow you will tell your children that I was part of this. Unnan Makabuare, Gowon, Ojuku, Emayo Bara, they were young like us. I never feel that, okay, no. Anywhere you find yourself, engage. Make it worth your time. Abiana just on happy phone. You've been pressing this phone all this while. You've been doing this thing at home. Give us your few, just give us your time. Engage. Tomorrow your children will be proud you did. Anakwa in the Igbo integration movement. Please, one of the things you could do for us is go to your status. Please, if you're with your phone, can you raise your phone up? And please go to your WhatsApp status and tweet or write, tune in to Afia TV on DSTV. Just do it, please. Do it for us. Tune in now to Afia TV. Do it for us, please. Oh, Kobole email line. Please, just on your status. You can go to your Facebook page too. But just WhatsApp status. Tune in to Afia TV now. No tell them why. But they tune in first. Please. Some people are not pressing their phone. Tune in. Even if you're using Nokia Touch, just try something. Okay, while we were going on, a lot of people entered, so I'm here to just kankenende piano. Fadoloma, I say use your phone and type tune in to Afia TV. You they talk for Facebook, would they hear you? Now we don't tell you now, no one hear our own. You don't have data. Nze, hotspot father, heavenly hotspot. Please, can we celebrate Father Oloma in the building? Don't you know him? Celebrate him. Father, when some of us were losing hope when some of us were about to backslide, and you came into the picture, and some of us now, okay, this man is saying something we can relate to. During COVID-19, your video and one other man of God in Onitsha, let me not call his name, your video were carrying us along. We want to thank you for all you've been doing. We want to thank you for what you're doing for the church. We want to thank you for bringing it down to our level. God bless you, sir. Please celebrate Father Oloma, please. And we also have Oga Kelechi Deka, one of the most vocal people. Please celebrate Oga Kelechi Deka. You can, if you want to check them out, Kelechi Deka. Deka is D-E-C-C-A. Some of you don't know the quality of the people we brought down to just speak to us. Check him out on there, but no, this is you would think that the likes of Wole Soyinka them, Chinua Achebe them, they are no more around. No, now you know one plug. If you plug in, you're going to say the day. This man has been coming through when it comes to opinions, objective ones, constructive ones. Bring your opinion, I bring my own, and we engage. Mr. Kelechi Deka, nice to have you here. Then I have Professor Sam Amadi, a man that stutters like me too sometimes. I used to enjoy him on Arise TV whenever he's one of the or analyst or columnist. Prof. Dalorin, please celebrate Professor Sam Amadi. Prof, I was speaking with my friend here, and he told me that you were his chairman during his NYSC days, that you were the chairman of, you could tell me, it's not NEPA, called EEDC. Something power, if I'm not mistaken. Professor Sam, I used to watch you, and then your opinions are so powerful. Nice to have you here. We look forward to what you will download into us today. We can't wait. Good to have you in Oka. Good to have you. Good to have you. Celebrate Professor Sam Amadi, please. Na celebrate na konaka ken gegen de ekolo ogaka. Though I recognize God, the Chief of Staff to the Governor, man, because it will Dr. Ben Wanko Isingidi no in Wakamalo Makawine. No. Governor once you see him here. Once you see him, you've seen the governor. So when you check the governor, because you can see him here. Because we are on live TV, and we hench up with your governor, Isingidi, though there are rumors, but about a burial date being on just Saturday, though the House of Assembly said that they didn't do that. But somebody like me, I'm speaking on behalf of some people. You guys can touch all the dates in this life. If you guys can tell us the date to breathe, no problem. But okay, for Abakaleke Street, don't tell us it's only on Saturday. Don't tell them just to come out on Saturday, please. Some of us need to be here on Monday and Tuesday. Isingidi? No, Rene. Nice to have you. Nice to have you. And I have my very good friend and brother here. Let's celebrate the former SPAD to the governor on youth empowerment. The man that did not return. Let's celebrate Dr. Nelson Omenoya, a lecturer with mass communication UNISEC. Nayelugo. No, Rinde. And then I have a very good friend and brother, a senior man in the game, a stakeholder in Newi. If they don't know, we'll tell them. Let's celebrate Mr. Ago Cornell Osigwe in the building. Agu, thank you for coming to support us. You've been a very big friend and brother. Thank you very much. Good to have you. And I'm Mo, the public relation officer for United Airlines. United? So Nigeria can miss, you know. Can you see? If any come United Biafra Airline. Let's celebrate SMO Oloka Chibuike, doctor, right? Okay, please. I just came around to make sure that we, let's galvanize and get it going. Let's welcome our next speaker is someone that is also very vocal when it comes to Ala Igbo. Because some of us here, what we're doing here is during our time. Let's welcome the next speaker, Mr. Ugoji Maximilian. You're welcome, boss.
Ndewonu. Obidumoto. First of all, let me start by saying a big welcome to the Chief of Staff, to the Governor, and the guest speakers, the organizer, Nze, Ndewo, Iwoke, and then your team, Dr. Nelson, my SPG president those days in Unizik. Welcome. So the topic I've been given to speak on is marginalization of Ndi Igbo as it concerns Lagos State. Marginalization of Ndi Igbo as it concerns what? Lagos State. I know when I said Lagos State, that's a very controversial issue right now. And most especially whenever election is coming, there's always crisis. There's always debates. Igbos and Yorubas. But as a person, I am not an emotional person when it comes to looking at political issues, because politics is science, is scientific. There are a lot of issues we have to look at when trying to analyze the behavior of individuals in the political setting. I'm a person who lives in Lagos, and somehow I also follow things that happen around me. The relationship between Igbos and Lagos did not start today. The relationship between Igbos and Lagos started far back 1900. After the colonial masters made Lagos the center of their operation, it became a center of business. Everyone within the West African, what we call today the West African sub-region, began to move to Lagos to do business, including Igbos. And my grandfather, Akajako, had to move from Ayazumbise down to Lagos to do business, to work and to do business, and became a very rich man. So many of us here today, our grandfathers, our fathers moved down to Lagos to do business, to school, and they were successful. So many of us were born in Lagos. Someone like Zeke, his operation was in Lagos. That was where he began his career. That was where he did his politics. Did you even know that Zeke was representing Lagos at the town council? Did you even know that at a time, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe was the leader of the opposition in the Western region? Do you even know that? So, the relationship between the Igbos and Lagos cannot just be belittled by just simple arguments that certain individuals are bringing up. It is a relationship that has lasted for long. It is a relationship that has proofs. The proofs of that relationship is in the lives of many of us today. The lives of our ancestors, the lives of our fathers, the lives of our grandfathers. Now, the question is this. This is a rhetorical question I'm going to ask. Have Igbos actually benefited from Lagos State? Are Igbos actually marginalized in Lagos State? Now, a lot of people talk about marginalization. In fact, that was the first political word I heard when I began to grow up. Igbos have been marginalized. The Niger Delta have been marginalized. And then they were given presidency, given NDDC, and some other things. They kept quiet. They are no longer being marginalized. Today, Igbos are saying, we are being marginalized. We are being marginalized. Even in Lagos, they are being marginalized. We are being marginalized. Now, let me ask a simple question. Do we actually have rights to claim equal rights in Lagos? In the first place, marginalization means denial, systemic denial, where individuals are denied equal rights in a system. So, if we are to go by the definition of that word, can we say Igbos have the right to demand equal opportunity in Lagos? Okay, assuming we will say yes, that we have the right to demand equal rights and equal opportunities in Lagos. Now, are Lagosians, are they qualified? Do they have the right to demand equal rights in Anambra State, in Imo State? I'm asking you. Okay, we'll get to that. Now, having said that, what contributions have the Igbos made in Lagos State? Several. I'm going to focus on the economic contributions because that one is more obvious. Did you know that about 80% of traders in most of the markets, top markets in Lagos State, are Igbos? Do you know that? Do you know that about $4 billion is made in transactions every day in Lagos in those markets? Do you know that? Do you know that out of that $4 billion that is made every day in transactions, they go into paying of taxes and VATs? Put in your mind, 80% of Igbos make up the population of those markets, and they are paying taxes and VATs. So, are you surprised that Lagos State government generates more revenue than any other state? Are you shocked? So Igbos are making so much contribution to the growth and development of Lagos. Do you know that in every 10 containers that move out of Tingan Island, Apapa Wharf, or any of them, about 4 of those 10 containers belong to an Igbo person, an Igbo trader? Do you know it? Do you know that? And do you know that each of those containers pay a fee that goes into the coffers of the Lagos State government? Do you know that? Do you know that Lagos survives today? Lagos is the center of business and trade. That relies heavily on logistics. Which tribe in this country invests heavily in logistics? The movement of goods and services and human beings. Which tribe in Nigeria owns most of those logistic companies? Tell me. Igbos. Now, do you know that Igbos own a lot of schools in Lagos because we like to invest? Wherever we see opportunity, we like to put money. Do you know Igbos own a lot of hospitals, schools in Lagos, including churches? Akun Nagazayon. Akun Nagazayon. Yeah. Akun Naga Dominion City. There are so many religious organizations in Lagos owned by Igbos. There are a lot of investments in Lagos that are owned by Igbos. Now, are we also talking about the area of real estate? Because that is the sector where I belong. Let me use Epe, for instance. The place you call Epe today in Lagos State is the new Lagos. Ibejuleki Epe. Do you know that 60% of investment in that area today is by Igbos? Now, let me also tell you, please sir, let me also tell you the contribution of Lagos to Igbos as well. Now, they are telling me to calm down. Now, economically, do you know that in Alaba market, since 1970 till today, so many Igbos have become chairman of that market? Let me read it. Chief Valentine of I can't even, up to 10 names, previous chairman of that market. I'm just talking about Alaba market though. I'm not talking about the rest. Alaba market alone. About 10 Igbos have been chairman of that market. Where in Igbo land is a Yoruba man chairman of a market? Okay, let's even go to the political side. Do you know that from independence to today, there are certain federal constituencies and state constituencies that Igbos are members of the House of Assembly, members of House of Reps. Even today. Do you know? Yeah. But where in Igbo land do we have outsiders as Reps members, as commission? How many of you know Joe Ibokwe? Where in Igbo land today do you have that? So, these things, we cannot just, put this relationship on one side. We have to balance it for justice's sake. We have to balance it for the sake of justice so that we all can live together. Also, the area of, they are saying that the Lagos state government is intentionally demolishing the properties of Igbos. I mean, the real estate market. Assuming I have time, I would have explained this enough so I should understand what's actually going on. So, let us begin to open our minds and approach these issues with fairness. Because if you look at this side, you also need to look at this side so as to be able to balance it for peace to reign. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ugoji, Maximilian. So, at this point, we have explored a couple of speakers and would like to open up for interaction, for questions, for your own opinion as people. We've listened to a couple of speakers and we've learned a few things. If there's anything we can take home from this, we've learned that we, Igbos, we need access of other ethnic groups in Nigeria for any form of political progress. We also learned that no one gives political power. In Nigeria, if you want to be president, you must work for it. There is never going to be a time when political power will be given to any particular ethnic group. We need to rebuild the region to become economically viable. And we also need to hold our political leaders in our region accountable. These are some of the summaries of the last few speakers. We also learned that prolonged agitation did not improve our unity. It rather created more disunity, distrust, and destruction. We also learned that the data available does not suggest or does not support Igbo marginalization when we are thriving and flourishing economically, professionally, business-wise, in all parts of Nigeria and all over the world. Now, at this point, we will allow you to give your own opinion. Igbo people say, nobody is right and nobody is wrong. This is the avenue for you to express yourself. If you still truly feel that, irrespective of all what has been said here today, that there is a heavy marginalization going on Igbos, this is the time for you to express it freely. And we'll have response from our speakers before we move into the next part of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you immensely. My name is Dr. Nelson Omenoga. Max, thank you so much for that insightful and thought-provoking presentation, even though you kept us hanging. You haven't quite straightforward in answering the question of whether we can claim the same rights as those from Lagos. Because I know that Nigeria is one of the member states in ECOWAS, the 12 ECOWAS states. And in ECOWAS, we have the absolute right for movement of human beings and businesses. You can do business across the ECOWAS without any restriction. So my question is direct. In your view, do you think Igbo should enjoy equal opportunities as those from Lagos State? Thank you.
Yeah. Please take the microphone to Ugo. Just, yes. Relax on your seats. You don't need to.
Dr. Nelson Omenoga, do you want to put me into trouble? Dr. Nelson Omenoga. Okay. He said, do I think that Igbos have the right to claim equal rights in Lagos? At least you know me a little bit. I'm a blunt person. And I'm going to be blunt right now. I am from Imo State. In every entity, there are landowners. I don't care what about ECOWAS said. I'm just being realistic. In every entity, there are landowners. And how this thing works, whether in America, whether in Israel, whether in India, Eboyo bikon awashi. You can't come from Lagos State and you come to Owerri and you want to be dragging rights with me. You not go walk now. You not go walk now. The only thing I will have to guarantee you is the freedom to do your business, the freedom to walk, the freedom to live, the way to live according to our customs and traditions. The day you begin to question us, we go pursue you. Life. That is how it is. The day you begin to question our tradition and the way we do things, the way we play our politics, you are calling for trouble, and we'll give you trouble. I also believe that we as Igbos, if we go to Lagos, they have been liberal with us enough. They allow us to contest elections and win. Also Oshodi Isolo, for the past 3 consecutive election seasons, federal constituency, Igbos have been winning it, including the one that is there now. I just called out how many chairmen of markets now. Over 10 since 1970 to now that were Igbos. That's enough. They give us freedom to do business. Interfering in their politics, I don't accept it. I don't support it. And I'm also saying clearly right here now that we don't have right to claim equal rights with them. The only thing we have to do is to enjoy the privileges that they have given us. That's enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dr. Igbo Conversation. I agree with you on clear facts. I think you are confusing indigenship with citizenship. So to that extent, you are wrong. I know that maybe culturally, maybe someone cannot come to Oka and begin to lay certain claims because it embarrasses the sensitivities of maybe the indigens. Like I'm an Nnewi man, so it might be wrong to come to Oka and begin to lay certain claims because that might amount to being insensitive to the sensibilities of the indigens. But that in itself is not against my right as a citizen. If I want to contest for maybe Oka 1 constituency to represent Oka because I'm resident in this place, I can do that. It is within my right as a citizen. But that might embarrass the sensibilities of indigens and that might raise some questions. But if we are discussing legality and the rights of people of Igbo extraction who are living in Lagos, they are entitled to the politics and to other privileges that has been guaranteed by the Constitution of Nigeria. But if we are now talking about people being sensitive to the nuances, the cultural differences and other things, that's where we caution people to apply wisdom and to not exercise the full extent of their rights as far as this conversation is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My question goes to Ijele. Ijele speaks. He was the first to, talk. So, and my first question is, what are the characteristics that qualifies a credible candidate? If you recall, you mentioned that, as it concerns the Igbo man and his quest to be president, there has to be, that basis of, having certain characteristics. So I really want to understand what are those characteristics that we've not been, putting out there. And the second one is, you talked about political education and enlightenment. So I want to ask, what do you think should be done as it concerns our journey as Igbos that has not been done in the past? Are we not doing enough? Or where do you think, or how do you think, or which ways do you think this message of integration can come into play and the ball set rolling for the betterment of the Igbos? Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Emma, when I was discussing, let me just go direct. Come me example. An average Igbo man in the southeast now, when you mention names like Chimaroke and Namani, to most people in the buy, because of the political myopia and the type of propaganda, that was why I said politics of personal destruction. These are men that in a Nananya, for instance now, the whole of Enugu State, onye ọbụla na-achọ ikwu thing wrong about Chimaroke Nnamani gosigodai University Eroroke suit. Gosi ayu na ọgwụ Eroroka Park Lane. That person in promote gosigodum equivalence of Park Lane na this Anambra State. State ya ọchịrị. Akwotu Ibe bụ governor 8 years, Kobu governor 8 years. Can you all start giving me instances? Look at this all kind of email. Tell yourself the truth. Would you rather have Oka of Peter Obi or Oka of today? Let the state, just look at Kabiro from Oka in an email. So this is what I'm saying. When you want to sell, how do you expect me to sell Obi ahead of someone like Zulu? How? Dave Uma here and Abadi every day. Go fertilizer plant. Could you believe that he took former Governor Obiano, who I'm not fond of, for Anambra to have an airport? Really? Kaina Boku Alpha Direct. In a promote, give us something, somebody, a rapunke regional popularity. It's like giving me a sweet wine in a poison chalice. It's still poison.
Okay, thank you very much.
1 minute, hold on. You have to look from where you are coming from. You know that you have to fight more for this. Just look at the condition of the society you're in. So Kaicho, somebody who made that acceptance. Name more of that baggage of emotion or afia or na abandozo abanante. He has to go decide in car first. And how do we do it? Whereby, okay, the current governor of Anambra State. Yesterday when I came to Oka, I'm not blowing trumpet for anybody. Jena, my old videos, Jeffrey Benakonde Madonu with government houses. Imo State, Abia Moka Yesidonu Mechie. How many people, man? Then after soiling the person's name, can the political party, major political party gain on a ticket, knowing very well even that herself or lock be down his own vote. And the lock his own vote about and we human.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm happy with the number of reactions, people who want to react. But please, I want us to, we have a lot of time for reaction. But please, let's give audience for our father, Reverend Father John Oloma, to come up on stage and talk to us about healing. The healing of the Igbo people. Those who were here earlier, we saw the documentary titled, This Is Not Us. It premiered for the first time here, and it will be on different platforms by this evening. Now that documentary showcased the level of destruction that we did to ourselves in our own region. In addition to the level of suffering and destruction the Nigerian Civil War caused on us. Now, with all this trauma, with all this destruction, there is a need for healing. The people who experience this, some of us argue that part of the reason why this agitation has continued is because since after the war, there was no process for the people to heal. And now the trauma has continued till now, and we are reliving and revisiting this trauma ourselves. So we would like to hear from Reverend Father John Oloma to talk to us on healing. Thank you very much. After that, we will continue with our interactions and question and answers. There will be plenty of room to express yourself. Thank you very much.
Okay, I wanted to say praise the Lord, but this is so Igbo Kwenu. Igbo Kwenu. Kwezolo. Dr. Nelson, I don't know why people gave me the topic. Is it because I'm a priest? So let me begin with a story. That's what we do. An Igbo man accompanied his friend to a burial in one part of Nigeria. It's a story. In fact, he said he went with his other friend from the north, one from the southwest, a Yoruba, and then they went to this burial somewhere in the south. So when the corpse was to be lowered, they discovered people putting money and other things. And somebody there now told them, put money. And they were like, why are you putting money? They say it's their custom here, their tradition, that when you're burying somebody, you put money so that the person will have something as he journeys to the other world. So the Hausa guy put 100,000. The Yoruba guy put another 100,000. And that's 200,000. Then they told the Igbo guy, well, he brought out his checkbook and he wrote 350,000, put it inside the casket and removed the 200,000 that his friends put and put in his pocket. And they say, Oga, what is the problem? He said, my friends contributed 100,000. I contributed 150 to make it 350. So I wrote a check for him. You know, there are armed robbers on the way, so it better he goes with the check so that nobody will rob him. The first point of that story is Igbos were, in quote, known to be wise. We literally took the wise men from the Bible and personalized it. So that's why we say wise men from the East. Among all the stereotypes of tribes in Nigeria, some right, some wrong, Igbos, we usually see ourselves or tout ourselves as wise. And there is a reason for that. You know, that the Igbo man can turn even burials into a money-making opportunity. So Igbos know how to take opportunities. Then the second thing I want us not to lose here is that the Igbo man profits more when he mixes with a larger group of persons. That it is not against our nature, culture, history to be isolated, to be on our own. We mix with people of different culture. That is a historical fact. Any other thing that happened in history are what you may call circumstances beyond our control. The circumstances within our control is that we intentionally, deliberately mix with other people. The first time I came very close to the Civil War and all of its anguish was when I read Half of a Yellow Sun by Chimamanda. And to be honest with you, today I have not completed that novel. I got to a particular point. I couldn't contain it. I left it. I know that war is not our problem, I can tell you. Those who experienced that war, many of them have moved on. I can say that as a tribe, we have hid from that war. But for some reason, misinformation, propaganda, we go and open up the wounds again and then make us susceptible. So, talking to us about healing from whatever trauma, I will say that the first thing that we need to heal, if anybody is still carrying the trauma of that war, the first thing we need is the truth. The truth and nothing but the truth. Jesus says in John 8, you shall know the truth and the truth will sets you free. And I think that's what this conversation is all about. We must tell ourselves the truth. The truth that voices like Ijele have been shouting, the truth that people like Prof write about in politics, the truth that Kelechi Deka and Co, the truth that we've been listening to the present governor of Anambra State, Chasoludo. He has been saying, and today, since I came here, I've been enjoying a whole lot of historical, far from him. So we must tell our people the truth. Nothing his but the truth. Pepper them with the truth. Don't pamper them with lies, falsehoods, and swashbuckling tales of things that never were and may never ever be. And the first truth I need us to keep telling our people is historical truth. What is historical truth? Many Igbos, those in this generation who have been given false information, think that we were forced suddenly to become part of Nigeria. As if it is becoming Nigeria that has made Igbo people to leave Igbo land to go to places like Lagos, Kano, and other places to settle. That's not true. Igbos started mass migration from Igbo land long before Nigeria existed. If you go and Google, from the 1900s, as my brother said, it's a historical fact. From the 1900s, Igbo started moving to other parts of Nigeria. That's why Nnamdi Azikiwe, he was born in 1904. Where? Zungeru, Niger State. So if he was born in 1904, that means his parents went there as early as 1800s. They lived there, built houses there, did businesses. Nobody marginalized them. Nobody killed them. That's where Azikiwe grew, Zungeru. Another popular Nigerian, I can't remember, was also born in Zungeru. Is it Cyprian Ekwensi, one of the finest writers? He was born in Zungeru, Niger State. Either him or Kaduna, Chukwuma Kaduna, Nzogu. Many Igbos, so before Nigeria came to be, Igbos had migrated out to other parts of Nigeria. Ojuku's father, Sir Louis Ojukwu, made his money where? In Lagos State. From 1929, he became the first billionaire in Nigeria. He was so rich that when Queen Elizabeth visited Nigeria, it was his Rolls Royce that was used to drive the Queen. His wealth was made in Lagos State. You could say the same thing about so many other prominent Igbo people. So before Nigeria came to be in 19 around the 40s or thereabout, 1940, when the British now merged us together. Then we got our independence in 1960. So before Nigeria came to be, our people were already migrating. And for the fact that their host communities gave them places to stay, is to let you know that those people were hospitable, they were welcoming, and they were kind. I have lived all my life in the north. I grew up in the north, schooled in the north, lived with them, and all of that. I have not died, and all of that. So the first point we must let our people know is that we are migratory in nature. Why? Because anywhere there is an opportunity, an Igbo man wants to do what? Wants to take it. And that's part of what makes us great. That is in the area we liken ourselves to the Jews. Anywhere there is opportunity, we want to be there. And to take absolute use of that opportunity. So let's stop creating the impression or listening to those who make it look like our being in other places was because all of a sudden Nigeria happened and they came and deported us to Babylon, to other places, and now we want to come back. That's not a historical truth. And if you read history, you will know that this thing we are talking about, marginalization, is accident of history. The trajectory before was that everywhere you go, when Nigeria was made, everywhere you go, Igbos dominated. In education, in civil service, in military. That's why you have an Igbo man, Chukwuma, Kaduna, Nzogu. He was in charge of what? Military in the north. I think Ojukwu the same thing before he was redeployed. There were historical things that happened. You could say they were beyond anybody's control. So it's not like the other part of Nigerians sat down, strategically planned to come and put us in a situation where we found ourselves. We are also part of the mistakes that got us to where we are. So the first point I want to make is history. Read history. History does not lie. It's only those who narrate it and who interpret it that may lie. History does not lie. Igbos have benefited from Nigeria. Nigeria has benefited from Igbos. If you see it this way, then you remove every hatred, anger, bitterness. Because you cannot heal when there is hatred, when there is anger, when there is bitterness. And these are part of things that make Igbos to detach themselves from the Nigerian state, making it look like Nigeria is a cancer, that if you don't kill it, it will kill you. That's not true. If you're going to right the wrongs in the society, you cannot come from a place of anger. You cannot come from a place of bitterness. You cannot come from a place of hatred. You can all those things will only make you self-inflict yourself, self-sabotage. There are no two ways about it. History does not lie. It has never worked anywhere that people who approach wrong from hatred, anger, bitterness, and those kind of cynicism that we see here ever made any headway. It can never work. It has never worked before. It has never worked before. Then the second point I want us to learn from the history is this. Why did Nnamdi Azikiwe's parents leave the Ala Igbo as early as the 1800s? Why did our fathers, let me not call them forefathers because they are not too far. Why did they leave Ala Igbos to go to other places? It's simple. Opportunities are in other places. Then this nostalgia we are having about a Biafra that seems to be the Garden of Eden, where things were 100% perfect before Nigeria happened. It's illusion. It's illusion. There was never a time the Southeast was like Dubai before Nigeria happened and things started scattering. There was never a time like that. In fact, before Nigeria happened, there was no such thing like Anambra, Enugu, Imo, Ohaneze, Igbo. There was nothing like that. We were all splinter groups in our different enclaves. And we also fought wars among ourselves, in case you didn't know. There were communal clashes, inversions, and all of that. The remote man in Imo State, I'm sure, didn't even know that the remote Igbo man in Abakaleke or Ebonyi State ever existed. We were just normal communities who were existing and eking out livings in our traditional way. So anybody who is giving you any fantastic idea of a Biafra that existed where job opportunity was 100/1, where there was a land flowing with milk and honey and all of that, it's not true. If you want an Igbo land where milk and honey flow, then we have to start producing it ourselves, strategically, intentionally, and with all that is in our blood. So those are the two important things I want us to learn from history. We never had an Igbo land that was a Garden of Eden. Of course, we had an Igbo land that was like every other place, facing its own challenges and its people and all that. And our people have always been welcome elsewhere. All of other things that happen, like riots, violences, are factors that you are not tribal, so to say, that are just strictly because these people are this or this and this, or there are things that we have not confronted, which I need us to have. Then finally, to heal, we must drop the victimization mentality. We are not victims. as Igbos. We are all victims of bad governance, corrupt governance, and it is not targeted to us as Igbos alone. What we are suffering, people from other parts of the country. We were analyzing this with Prof. Charles, Professor Ludo, the governor, with Kelechi Deka. Check all the regions that have produced the presidents of Nigeria. Let's take Goodluck Jonathan, for example. He was president for how many years? 6 years. Go to his place, Otueke. Go to his place, Otueke. Go and check. Go to Southwest. The state that has produced more presidents should be Ogun State. I think that's where Obasanjo comes from, right? That's also where VP Osibanjo thereabout. What is the most developed place in Southwest? Is it not Lagos? Even Tinubu is not a Lagos State indigene and all of that. You go to the north. Northwest has always produced that is a Katsina state. All the civilian presidents that have come from north, they are from Katsina, Yaradua, Buhari, that axis, right? Which is the most developed place in the north? It's Kano. Yet, what is development in this is compared to the place. So, we are not victims, specially targeted. We are all suffering the same thing that other persons are suffering in other places. So let us define the problem and tackle it than having some illusion about certain things from tribal or ethnic perspective. If we do that, that is actually going to remove our focus from what should be. So we should start having this victimization mentality. We should stop having this victimization mentality. Yes, in politics there may be problems with appointments and all of that. We do understand that, but please look beyond that and you will see that the people that have the juiciest appointments, it does not translate into development for their people. Don't let politicians use it to fight their battle. Don't let politicians use it to fight their battle. Any place where appointment comes, the immediate beneficiaries of appointment may be the immediate family of the political appointee, not necessarily the region where such is coming. But then finally, I just want to reiterate again that hatred, anger, cynicism or cynicism, I don't know how you may call it, bitterness, can never solve any problem. Even if you are marginalized, perceived or real or imagined, once you approach it with hatred or bitterness or with violence, you are the one who is going to suffer the consequences most. And that's why we cannot but ensure that what has happened in the past, is it 10 years, should never ever happen in Igbo land. I wrote something in the past. I said, okay, we were suffering marginalization. I agreed. Then this group of people came that they want to get us freedom, free us from marginalization. I said before the agitation started, yes, we were suffering marginalization, but with that marginalization, Southeast was at the forefront of development in Nigeria. Southeast was the most prosperous part of Nigeria with all the political marginalization because we had peace. We were building houses. At least individual industries were coming up and all that. Tourism in the name of traditional marriages, Christmas returnees from USA, UK and other parts of the country. Some people, the money they used for 1 year was made during Christmas celebration because of those who returned from abroad. There were people that the next 1 year, what they were going to survive on was what they made during that time. All of these things were happening. Then we had an agitation. Marginalization, it did not stop. The peace we had, it was taken. What we never heard in the Southeast before, what we never heard, that people were killed, communities were sacked, Traditional marriages were now happening in Lagos, in Abuja, Haba. This one is not even from frying pan to fire. This one is from AC bedroom to fire. That's why I'm going to qualify it. So if we want to heal, we must tell ourselves this truth, and we must drop every form of anger, bitterness, violence. We must see ourselves, we are special, we are unique, but we are not superior to any race. We are not a superior race. We are just a unique set of human beings with our gifts, our talents, with our strength and all of that. We have also our weaknesses. We must see that. And a bigger space called Nigeria benefits the Igbo man more than a small place that we will now call our own. So I would say let us join hands together, join our political leaders to ensure that we keep working at righting what is wrong, in the society, but to ensure that please the Southeast, no matter what, retains its first position as the most peaceful state in Nigeria. And that cannot happen if I cannot disagree with Ijele, or I cannot disagree with Tobe, or I cannot disagree with Kelechi Deka without him carrying out a gun and pointing at me. No matter your opinion, no matter your idea, I should be able to disagree with you. That's what makes us Igbos. That's why they say we are Republicans. Okay? Onye akucha, onodeana, onye ozo, eku. I don't know if my time is up. But if my time is not up, I don't think I have anything much more to say. But to say thank you to Igbo Conversation Conference, that we can sit down as brothers to have this conversation is very important. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless Ala Igbo, and God bless Nigeria.
Please, another round of applause for Reverend Father John Oloma. Thank you, thank you. Very, very inspiring lecture. I learned a lot. Thank you very much, Reverend. Thank you very much. Thank you. If there is nothing we can take home from this, we should always remember that healing begins by telling ourselves the truth. When you tell yourself the truth, that is the beginning of healing. We should also remember that we, Igbo, are not a superior ethnic group. That supremacist mentality should end. We are unique, just the same way other ethnic groups are unique. But that does not mean we are superior to anybody. So anyone teaching us that we are direct descendants of Abraham, of Jesus Christ, and we are specially called ones from God, that's not true. We are only unique in our own characteristic way. And we are not victims. We have never been victims. We have always been travelers. Evidences show that we have lived in all parts of Nigeria long before the amalgamation of Nigeria. Thank you very much, Reverend Father John Oloma. So next on our discussion, we will give 5 minutes to our brother Ozoma Aneto to come up and talk to us what he has picked up, what is his own thoughts, and we'll continue our interaction for another 10 minutes. And then we'll give room for the next set of speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I will observe the protocol, or will stand on the existing protocol. So thank you, everyone. My own is, I want to tell a story. I'm a storyteller. I did almost all my education in Southeast. I attended DMGS from All Saints Primary School Onitsha to DMGS Onitsha to special science school, Central Special Science School, Onitsha, and I studied in Oka. I studied mechanical engineering. And after studying, I found myself serving in Enugu State. So all my life till I was 25, 26, was in Southeast. And after service, I decided to move from Southeast to the North. You know, some people don't see Abuja as the North, but it is the North. I moved towards North, and I spent 12 years in the North. In fact, whenever I want to tell a story about myself, I talk about the Abuja, because it was the era when I finished the first phase of my life, which is the schooling. I started from 3 years. The next era was being in Abuja, trying to forge the man I am today. And I stayed there. I was in Abuja. I got my first car. I got my first whatever. I got married, and I got children before coming back to the Southeast again. So whenever issues like these are discussed, I looked from my own life to understand what exactly will be my contribution to this. And part of it is asking myself, why did I leave Southeast to Abuja? And my answer is just like any of us. We always say that, yeah, living Southeast, we don't have like life, anything that can work out for us in Southeast if you are not into trading. That is what we always say. But I left, I stayed 12 years, I came back. And what's comparing my life there and now is a story for another day. But what I observed in Abuja is something I want us to discuss today. Because where I was staying in Abuja, before I left Abuja, I stayed in a lot of places. If you've been to Abuja as a very young person, you see yourself moving from one place to the other. I stayed from Prince and Princess to Gudu, to Area 3. Then I came back to Duse, where I stayed before coming back to this place. And at that particular Duse, we had problems. It wasn't like the main town, like the Asokoro, Beitama, where the government's eyes were. So we always have challenges. In fact, it took us to buy our own transformer. If we have problem on our roads, we fix it. And we are not just only Igbos there. We are Nigerians. Your neighbor is from Ogun State. The next neighbor is from Bayelsa. Another person came from a place you've never even heard of. And we are all there. If there is a problem about light, there will be light in an Hausa man's house and no light in an Igbo man's house. We are facing the same problem. In fact, when we are scared that maybe government is going to come and demolish where we are living, we come together as a community. The Hausa man will be there, the Yoruba man will be there, and we'll start talking about it. And when we get angry about what is happening in the government, we don't discuss it as tribes. We discuss it as a people. And my own conclusion to this is that what we have is a Nigerian problem. But when one is crying that is hungry, you can't know the pang, how hungry the next person is. Most especially when you have the louder voice. So when you are screaming, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, and this other person is just maybe holding the pangs, you can't really say that this person is this hungry. Yes, part of the reasons we are very loud, or part of the reason, let me use another word, not loud, part of the reasons we are more audible is that everywhere you go, you will see the Igbo man. Like even in that Duse, the population there, Igbos are more than every other tribe. So when something happened there, like most times there was a period, a part of, after Day was demolished. And people, the conversation out there is that Igbo's houses were demolished in Abuja. And the fact is that over 40-50% of the houses demolished there belongs to the Igbos. Because most times when we see all these satellite areas, we develop it. But it is not Igbo's houses demolished in Abuja. It's Nigerians' houses, people built where the government have restrictions or have every other thing. We are demolished, not the Igbo's houses. But 50%, when you look at a country with over 200 tribes, and 50% is just from one particular tribe, you will understand that it is, will I say, you can say that these people were targeted, but it wasn't a targeted thing. It was something that happened to Nigeria. And I look at it from this angle. If we always try to pull ourselves out, Nigeria will suffer. And once we are in the population, once our population is large enough, we'll be shouting that it is us that we're doing this too. If we start seeing Nigerian problem like a Nigerian problem, like the people that spoke before me said, the bad government, the leadership, and a whole lot of things going on. Once we start seeing it like that, we have that particular task, that duty to contribute our own in trying to solve this problem. With this, I say thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ozoma Aneto. The problems of Nigeria are not unique to Ndi Igbo. And when we want to address these problems, we should look at it as a Nigerian problem, not as a tribal problem. That is what I could take from what he said. I would also want to give few minutes to Ogbuefi Ndubuizu to come up and also talk to us, after which we'll have few minutes to Mbalogolo to come up and talk to us, and then we'll move over to the next phase of the discussion. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ejike Ndubuizu. I'm a member of the Igbo Integration Movement, and this is a movement that is born out of the desire, for us to see how to bring in the Igbo back to where we used to be. Speakers after speakers and things we've learned before has shown us that the Igbo used to be part and parcel of this country. Like the Reverend Father said, some circumstances usually fall beyond our control. And the civil war that we fought are part of the things that I believe were part of those things that went beyond our control. However, like he said, we must stop the victim mentality. Because in the Bible, the war today makes it, I think, 59 years that it was started. Because I'm sure it was on the 30th of May, 1967, that our brother, my own brother personally, from Newi, Colonel Ojukwu, declared a separate state of Biafra. By next year, it will be 60 years. But I recall that another region and another ethnic group from Nigeria, a major ethnic group called the Yorubas, had a similar issue in 1993 during the June 12 election. And after that election and the annulment that followed it, they played a better and smarter integration role that within 30 years, June 12, even though it is a case of, if you say one man and few persons that died, June 12 became a national day in the history of our country and in our polity. But how come 59 years later, the Igbos that lost at least estimated between 2 to 3 million persons in a civil war that, if we can rightly agree, went out of our control, we have not recognized that day. I see that there was a gap created by, if I would say, maladministration, illiteracy, and ignorance. And that was what fueled the challenge that we had in the last 10 years. However, my thought has always been about solution. I want to be a solution-oriented person. That's why I'm one of the apostles of our governor, being a solutionist. So we have 5 states created out of the original East Central states that we had as at 1967. 59 years ago, we had East Central states. Today, we have them 5 states, 5 governors. And I began to ask, if I recall, by the early 2000s, some of the governors from the Southwest had started declaring June 12 as public holidays in the Southwest. And these are subnational government with their own immunity. Now, my question and my appeal, especially as we have a very high delegate from the governor, why is it difficult that 59 years after, it is still very difficult for Ndi Igbo, the leaders of Ndi Igbo, the people that we elected, to take this conversation off the street into the main table of discussion. So I continue to get appalled. Next year will be 70 years, it will be 60 years the war was started. And yet, we have not found it, we have not deemed it fit that on a day like this, the Heroes' Day can be remembered, at least within our own geographical territory. So while I'm a solution apostle, while I'm more interested in solution, let us begin to have this conversation that will eventually bring us back to the mainstay of Nigerian politics. We have about 45 million people, the Igbos, scattered across Nigeria and the world at large. And we have leaders, today 5 leaders from Abia State to Anambra, Imo, Ebonyi, and Enugu. I implore them, believing that this message will get to them, that going forward, as we mark 60 years of the beginning of this trouble for Ndi Igbo, that by next year, I hope, and I believe I'm speaking the minds of most youth, that we have a 30th May declared as a public holiday for the heroes of Igbo that died in that incident. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ejike Ndubizu, Ogbuefi Ikuoma. Now, before we continue with our interaction, because I know a lot of people have something they want to say, and we will give room for everybody to express themselves. We would like to call on the representative of the state governor, Dr. Ben Nwankwo, the chief of staff to the Anambra State Governor, to come up and talk to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a very wonderful day for me. Dr. Sam, Prof now, you're welcome. Well done. I used to be with him and know him way back when he was in the National Assembly under Ken Namani. And then I reminded him that I was in the National Assembly for 12 years only. He's a very sound Igbo intellectual and he has my respect. So I welcome Deka too. Father, I now have a Reverend Father who is also my brother. It's my pleasure to meet you live since yesterday I saw you. It's my pleasure. And all other speakers, including the solution speaker. You know, he said he's a solutionist. I'm hearing that word for the first time today, solutionist. So solution now is a political movement. When any government is purpose-driven, transformational in orientation and character, it becomes a solution government. Therefore, even solution or solutionism could be a political philosophy. So I'm expanding your conversation further. For the Igbo integration movement, I'd like to salute you people on behalf of Mr. Governor, Professor Chukwuma Charles Soludo, CFR, not for any other thing, but to have started engineering a new dimension of conversation within our committee entirely. Something different, entirely different. The alternate platform, the alternate conversation. Super. That's, for me, the way to go. And you see, the much time Governor has given to it, the attention also shows a lot of support. And that's why he has also sent me this afternoon to come and convey his goodwill and to wish all of us, all of you well welcome you to Anambra State and to say that this is the right place to have started the conversation. He hopes that this should not be the end. It is the beginning though, but should not be the end. It is our hope that this conversation eventually is going to yield a lot of effort in shaping and reshaping, rebalancing the thoughts of our people. For me, it's been moments of reflection since last night when the live play was staged at the Lighthouse. A lot of things to pick from there. And listening also to the Reverend Father and so many other speakers, what I could figure from all this is that it's our one moment of reflection. Are we actually marginalized, or are we not able to put our house in order and make use of our capabilities, our capacity to be able to get what we want? I know of a strategy: when you are weak, you retreat. When you think you cannot do it alone, you negotiate and align. When you are very strong and you think you can go all the way, bulldoze, you take over. Where are we in the spectrum? Are we negotiating? Are we retreating? Or are we taking over? This moment of reflection. And also, you see that in the entire scenario, the influence of the Igbo man is diminishing, if not being tarnished. At the Igbos, someone said we are about a population of about 40-45 million people in a country of about 200 million people, and we are not very influential. I think I have issues with our influence management. And it goes also to question to what extent do we organize, understand, and cohere as a people. Life in the Bayende. Let me even start by asking, the nitty-gritty of our past, they filled with incidents and cases or places where we ignore the things that matter most. Relationship building. Someone asked, we went to Lagos. Are we part of Lagos, or are we strangers in Lagos? I'll leave you to answer that. But something that I need to put in the fore. How to play national politics, if you ask me. You realize that the first military head of state in this country, Igbo, he was killed where? Kerebebulie, the southwest. Good. But only southwest, who led his life for him? Fajui. Kedu posindi Igbo tenugolu Fajui in their life history? Isi Ofumbosi, Mobofu Street, Mobofu Square. This man who led his life, or even Maludi Ebe his family now. That's number one. Secondly, our hero. Yes, Ojukwu, he is our hero. No question. Obapolo also, after the war, Bagebe, Ivory Coast. Delegation of 10-20 persons. We used to fly private jet, Dubai, Jesse Oman of Jamborees. Have we been to that country to thank you? Have we done that as a people? I'm just pointing to areas that concern all of us. And you can see to have reflected as a people and said, have we done this? I was in Germany sometime, and a Nigerian-born German asked me, or some uncle, Nigeria, no way Bengi Dugia. By the way, he comes from my village. the particular spots, declare Biafra. I made a fake promise. I said, okay. But when I came back, I realized that I gave him a promise that I won't be able to keep. Because does that place exist at all anymore? The much I can do is to point to the community. But everywhere is built up. It's taken over. Were we able to preserve that particular spot? Our mentality is all about Ewudekin, Eparod. Before you know it, Awuchigo, Kesaditin, Warod, Barod, what's meant? That's no preservation, no institutional memory, nothing. On Adimka, we need to reset our national politicking so that can you be more influential as a people. Have you thought about this? About 3 republics now, Kenya brought part of the making. Buhari's presidency, his first tenure, all the while on as the president, Igbo, a mellow vice. But when he became the presidential candidate in the one that he succeeded, the total number of votes went from Southeast 20,000. So he became president without an Igbo. True or false? Is that true or false? Second time he came around, because he knew that the previous one, he became president without, you didn't help him, you didn't support him, you didn't hinder him. It happened. Yes. Then came Tinubu. Tinubu contested election. Yes, our brother was contesting. Good enough. We all voted for him. But eventually Tinubu became president. The lesson from that is that what is it possible for a president to be made in a country where we are without our contribution? In other words, we can't help, we can't hinder. That is, we are not part of it. That's why I said, are we really influential as a people? We need to look at ourselves and ask ourselves, are we the ones behind that are wait? If you ask me, are we influential or are we loud? The difference between being influential and being loud, if you ask me. And if a man for some money, some bits and pieces of money, go Rolls Royce and then the rest of convoy and the rest of things like that. Private jets everywhere. Loud and influence. Which one? And that brings me to the last issue. The way to go. First, we should be determined to be part of the Federation of Nigeria. If we say we are part of the Federation of Nigeria, we really should exercise good influence. Up to moments that you feel that, look, that's politics. But to sit aside, the worst is, because the worst set of destruction is self-destruction. Ona adichamuka ebe anyị banyere now na anyị tinyere onwe anyị na self-destruction mode. On Mondays when you sit back, the economy of this country is not put on pause. Everything is moving. The monies that's supposed to flow into the southeast for a Monday that is the beginning of the week, the most active economic day of the week is Monday. You say, you stay aside. Southwest, north, south. Who is losing? Nobody. The people who are benefiting don't even want you to end it because they are benefiting. Self-destruction, may say. Then you turn around again, fine. People will be killing people all in the name of what I do not know. Who are the beneficiaries? So we need to look at all these and ask ourselves, should we continue the way we are or should we change? If you ask me, the latter is better and the earlier the better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, the representative of the government of Anambra State, Dr. Ben Nwankwo, the Chief of Staff to the Anambra State Governor. Okay, now we will give a few minutes for interaction, as we said earlier, and before we move into the second phase of this discussion. While we do that, we should reflect. Dr. Ben Nwankwo just told us that moving forward, the growth and development of the Southeast region now needs to be collective and strategic. We should now be deliberate in any form of rebuilding, political alignment, and historical preservation. We should avoid activities that cause self-sabotage. So if we take this as a people, gradually we can move on to a state of political relevance rather than political irrelevance, which we are gradually pushing ourselves to. Now, we'll give room for people who want to ask questions, people who want to contribute, a few minutes, and we'll give room to those who, let's start with those who have not said something first, before we give room to those who want to speak a second time. Okay? Let's go.
My name is Sunday Chuku. I'm representing the N Gallery, Enugu, and we came in from Enugu this morning. Many thanks to Tobe for having us. I find this whole event very interesting, and that is why I came in company of my brothers. I want to take what the last speaker just said, very, very important. When I had the privilege of hosting Tobe in the gallery, I made one request to him. And what is the request? We should have a space where people will go and get authentic story of who we are and not what we see on the internet space. Our last speaker made emphasis on how our stories have been changed because there are nothing tangible to hold on to and say this is what this is at a particular time. So I look forward to the continuation of this conference in the years to come, where we would have exhibitions, where we would have places to go to say this is the particular thing that existed then, and we should know, and posterity should know about it. And that way, when people from other parts of the world come here, they will know that we're telling authentic story. Or I had the opportunity to go to other places, just around here in West African countries. You see how they honor their heroes, how they talk about them. If you see the tour guides who talk about them, they talk about them as if they were classmates or friends. And they make resources out of this. We can do the same thing, and the world will come to us just because of our story. Because what is reigning now or what is selling now is story. The question is, what story are we selling from this point? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Story rules the world.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Obitrai Zemeka, and I'm glad to be here. I've listened to various speakers speak. I listened to the Chief of Staff speak about Igbos integrating into Nigerian political space. I've listened to the Reverend Father talk about national healing. But I want to come from another perspective. I think the problem of an Igbo man in Nigeria is basic. It's an economic problem. We can look at it from different perspectives. We can say, if you're well-traveled Nigerian, and you have traveled across every length and breadth of this country, the complaint the Igbo man give, it's the same complaint somebody in Maiduguri is giving. The same complaint somebody in Sokoto is giving. But because we're not together, we like to personalize that problem and say, oh, it's particular to us. Nigeria has an economic problem, and it's a problem of opportunities. And when there are limited opportunities, people tend to drag whatever opportunity they can get using religion, using ethnicity. And if you look at Europe around 16th to 17th centuries, it was basically the same thing across Europe. Everybody was affiliated to ethnicity, to religion, just to find a way to get that limited opportunity. So the key question is, if the problem in Nigeria is an economic problem, and there are limited opportunity, and people are trying to grab whatever opportunity they can, what is the Igbo man doing to enlarge that opportunity for the rest of the Igbo man? Because I think that is the question we should ask. We can speak from morning to night about how Igbo should behave in Nigeria. But I tell you, if I step outside here and I'm supposed to hustle to survive, and I do my best and I do not succeed, I'm not going to listen to what you said today. I'm going to find somebody to blame. And that person might be the government, it might be the Hausa man, it might be the Yoruba man, it might be anybody. So that's how human nature works. If there's limited opportunity and you cannot succeed, you must blame somebody. So the key question is, how do we enlarge the economic opportunity within the Southeast so that the fellow Igbo man can have an opportunity? So the young one here can get a job, and which will pay them considerable income. I believe if anybody here is earning above 300,000, live comfortably, will not be thinking about what the Yoruba man is doing or what the Hausa man is doing or how the space is marginalized. His thoughts will not go into those places. If you look, the average income in Oka, by my own estimation, is around 50,000. That is the average income in Oka. And I think when you take it around the whole of Southeast, it will be almost the same. So the question is, what is our governors doing to increase economic opportunities, measured on income and other HDI? If these things do not rise, the cry for marginalization will not disappear, no matter how much we speak. So first thing is, what our political leaders doing per encouraging economic activities here, so that I do not need to graduate and start looking for how to go to Lagos, how to go to Abuja. Should be able to see if I graduate, I can stay in Southeast and achieve. Secondly, my observation of the Igbo man too is that we talk too much and we like to blame other people without doing anything. So beyond speaking, what are we going to do about all the things we are saying? It took the University of Ibadan as one of the first universities in Nigeria to begin to teach Igbo language before a lot of, to have a department of Igbo language before a lot of universities here. The first Igbo museum was also in the University of UI. So of all the things we see, how do we preserve who we are, package it and sell without waiting for others to do it? Nobody's going to do it. You're not going to wake up and say, oh, Yoruba media like to lambast us. So what are you doing about it? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to react. Sorry, my name is Chibike Oloka. I wanted to react something similar to what my brother Hiobi Triza said earlier. When Ugoji concluded his own presentation, but there was not enough time. Ugoji, when you were speaking, you spoke about the daily transaction in Lagos amounting to about 400 billion. Pardon? 4 billion. Oh, forgive me, because I thought I had 400 and I've been trying to calculate. If this country processes such amount of money on a daily basis, wow, we're still here. Even the ripple should be everywhere. It relates to what Obi Tries said here. Now, if you base the other thing on integration, having equal rights and equal access, but I'm somebody who grew through the ranks of debate. I like, exchanging ideas. Even when I know that there are some atom of truth in what you're saying, I want to challenge it. Looking at what goes on in Lagos, you talk about the Apapa, the Tinkan, and all that. Do you think or do you believe there is a systemic situation to this? Is it a system for this to reside only in Lagos? and not being able to take place in some other part of the country. Because you talk about the VAT being paid to the government and how much the Lagos government makes out of it. Have we ever actually looked into this? In a situation, these Igbo men who are in Lagos, is it their wish? Because first of all, we have to ask the question, if it is their wish to reside and do business in Lagos before contributing to the politics. Probably the politics they want to be part of is because issues they want to address are not being addressed by the people who are in control. It's a situation that brought them in Lagos to do business. If they have the opportunities, they probably might be in Nnewi, offloading their shores and doing their businesses, paying their VAT to the Nnewi government. If they had their ways, they can be in Obunike, my hometown, probably doing their shores through the Obunike cave and paying their VAT, and we probably might be improving our own community. It still boils down to this economic situation. Is this a systemic situation? Is it the government want it that way? Or is it the choice of Igbo man that you must do business in Lagos? Because if you look at it, we have a lot of young people who at the end of their education, at the end of their apprenticeship and everything, they don't have the transport to go to Lagos. They don't have the accommodation to be able to live in Lagos. We have a whole lot of talent which cannot be harnessed. Have we actually delved into this issue of why Lagos?
Good afternoon. My name is Ugochukwu Anade, and I'm going to react to the questions Ugoji asked. So he asked whether the Igbos should have the right in the first place to demand for equal opportunities in Lagos. And like someone else has answered, citizenship rights should be citizenship rights, which is to say that it must be defended any part of the place, not minding the citizen. So that means that the Igbo person in Lagos should have his equal citizenship rights the same way the Lagosian in Anambra should have his full citizenship rights. And it is our duty to defend it for anybody. Because when we dehumanize another person because he's from elsewhere, we are justifying our own dehumanization when we go to another place. And that is why in Igbo land, how we treat Onyo-Obia is very important. Meanwhile, permit me to note that the word Obia has its English equivalence in visitor, not alien, which is an unfortunate word we use in some places to describe migrants. Now, coming to the point of Alaba market, you also asked whether there is any market in Igbo land that has produced presidents from other ethnic groups, the same way Alaba market in Lagos has produced presidents from Igbo land. I think the right question should be if there is any market in Igbo land that has marketers from all these other ethnic groups contributing in the same way that the Igbo person is contributing in Alaba. And if that is not the case, why is that so? So we should be asking, why is our own market not enough? Why is it not attractive enough for these other people, and how to fix it? So we should produce that environment where the other person will even be interested in the first place to come and become the president. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, one more for now, then we call up the next order. We will give room. I'm assuring you that we will give room for people to say and express themselves. I'm very glad that a lot of people have something to say. When I was a student, my teacher would always say that after the lesson, if you don't have a question, it either means you know everything or you learned absolutely nothing from the class. So this is steering a lot of desire to speak, to express ourselves. And I knew Abundibo, we are Republicans. And I want to assure you that we will have opportunity to speak here. But we will give our resource people the time to exhaust their and we will have time to ask questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Afambo Kene Obuzuru, and I'm from Enugu State. So coming here with my senior brothers, we were discussing on this issue of Biafra, and one thing I told them is, which aligns with what Ogbuefi said, is that our government needs to own this day. Coming from Enugu to Oka here, I don't think we passed, like we met up to 10 cars on our way. And it's saddening that in a day like this, we are sitting at home instead of being somewhere like this where we are conversing, and engaging on what truly led us to this day. And that's where I align with what Ogbuefi said, that our government needs to own today. Let them begin to engage the youths. Like Father Oloma said, Father, also in the church, they would say the first sign of repentance is to first acknowledge that you have sinned. And I believe that what Igbo wants is the government to first acknowledge today. And that's all. So I think maybe acknowledging it might also be a part of our healing and also aid our healing. So lastly, I would also, because of we're already in this conversation, we are here to learn and unlearn. So I want to also raise some corrections, because Abu Monye Enugu, and when I hear some things about Enugu, I would want to raise the correction. When Nigella was talking, he said, when you hear about a suit, you think about Chimaroke. I think that's a wrong narrative, because Chimaroke never founded a suit. Chimaroke only moved a suit to Aban. Esut was founded as far back, I think, 1980. Yeah. So, also he said, when you think about Paklin, you think about Chimaroke. I think Paklin was only made a specialist during the Chimaroke regime in far back 2005, I think so. But Paklin was already existing as far back 1930 or so by the British colonial something. Okay. So I believe that these narrations, these conversations, as we are raising it, we can also, put in small corrections here and there. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will give room for all forms of interaction and cross-interaction. Okay? Thank you very much. I want to say a very big thank you to our first set of resource persons, and we should give them a round of applause as they leave the stage for us. Thank you. Now, I want us to give a round of applause as we welcome Kelechi Deka to the stage and Dr. Sam Amadi to the stage. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for them as they come up. They will be leading the next stage of discussion while we continue our interaction. Now, the next person to come up and speak to us is Dr. Sam Amadi. He will be talking about the pains and gains of Monday sit at home in the Southeast.
Thank you so much. The governor's rep has gone, but there are governor's people. So governor's people, ekele munu. And Father, you're welcome, sir. Let me thank Nze and his team for this great idea. It might be that the hall is not full, but the quality of conversation has been extremely valuable, intelligent, and wise. So again, Igbo conversations. And I like the point about Izu Kaman and Neji. Two things. Izu is important. And of course, the best place to have conversation is among brothers. Because it may be hard, it may be, but because you are bound by brotherhood, blood. Even if your brother doesn't like the truth, he will not kill you. He will accept the truth or think through it or disagree. And again, let me make this point. I think it was Governor Soludo who made it this morning, I think. We were with him. Another thing, you sit down. They may not agree with you. And so disagreement is not confrontation. I would like by also making some corrections, just like you did. First, it is true that we didn't start knowing ourselves in 1914. But it's also true that Nigeria was constructed on weak social capital. Like Father said, by 1900, maybe when Northern Nigeria was unified and Zig's father went to Zungeru following the train, that does not establish very strong social bond for nationhood. In fact, Nigeria's first, second, or third, Arthur Richardson wrote many years ago in his diary. He said that the real truth about the amalgamation is that it never happened. It didn't happen. Why? Lugard was more concerned with going to Liverpool for weekends and didn't want too much bureaucracy. The work of integration is very hard, and the model from India they borrowed. So it wasn't the fault of Fulani or Yoruba, it was a fact that Nigeria was constructed first from business treaty between Ishekiri leaders and traders from Portugal and others. They mutated into a franchise by Royal Raja Company. And when there was a report that that franchise failed and exploitation, the British government bought over that franchise. So Nigerian colonization was half-hearted. It happened very well. It moved from trade, bilateral, to colonies. In fact, at a point, Lagos was administered from Accra. Lagos colony was administered from Accra. And he heard about Calabar being the first capital. So what am I trying to say because of time? I'm trying to say that Nsogbu as a country is real and need to be seen as real and therefore solved. It's not necessarily Igbo problem or Yoruba or Fulani. It's a problem of historical contingents, and you see it across Africa. It's not for nothing that those countries are facing almost similar crises we are facing. If you go to Cameroon and the struggle, so we should have proper sociological and historical perspective. The second point I want to say before I turn to the modest at home is that that there is no cause for action. It's not totally true that we suffer nothing. Now let me put why did I say so? And the last person talked about a little bit about it. Because of Nigeria's crisis of formation, the Igbos inevitably somehow became victims. If you read Chinua Achebe, Soyinka's The Man Died, he lamented that he was in prison with northern soldiers who were accused of killing Igbos. And he was shocked how they were treated with royalty. That was The Man Died, written many years ago. And that the problem was that the rule of law failed to protect Igbos who are Nigerians. Gigokwa, this guy who wrote a book about Biafra, Untold Story, New York Times reported vividly what happened in Kano Airport, where the plane landed and the soldiers gone and shot every Igbo man. So really, it's not historical to say there was no Igbo problem. There is. The question is, how do we understand it and respond to it? So the Civil War was not one kind of nonsense. It was a failure of the Nigerian state to address a problem using rule of law. In 2009, I was a guest speaker at the U.S. Holocaust Museum on a global program called Genocides That Did Not Happen. because the guy didn't want to classify it as genocide. I wanted to point, my paper is still there. If you go to New York Social Science Review website, you see that paper, Elite Dissension and the Making of Biafra. My argument was very simple. It was that the elites could not face the fact that they have to treat every Nigerian as citizen and use rule of law to deal with anybody that created the crisis. Of course, lack of maturity, youthful exuberance, populism, all came together and created a problem. That's still what happened with IPOB and MASOB. I used to be advisor to Foreign Affairs, Joe Madekwe, and each time we travel all over the world, we see Nigerians diaspora talking about their own sense of Igbo persecution. So when it became a crisis, the blame for me goes mostly to Igbo leaders at home. The Igbo Governors Forum set up the Omahe's Committee on Security. We are all part of that membership. Omahe, brother, has to resign because his own senior brother as a governor did not support what they're doing. So there's a sense in which, and I told the governor, I agreed, we need to have authentic leaders who are responding to authentic concern of their people. You might not do what they say you should do, but you should show that you understand what they're going through. And I'll give an example, real example. At the time, MNA, there was a report that 21 youths were killed who claimed they were doing exercise. They said they are IPOB. I don't know. I was not there. But I wrote to the governor. I said, Governor, trigger your power, judicial inquiry. Set up a judicial inquiry to find out what actually happened. The governor said, you're not from Enugu State, we don't care. We went to court. I went to Federal High Court. I said, governor has a power and should be compared. The court ruled that the governor of Enugu State, Buruburu, should investigate the death of 21 youths. He refused. They went to Court of Appeal. Now, these are the excuses that these other guys use to create crisis. Why? Because the state fails to live up to its responsibility. So if you're a governor and you do an inquiry, and the inquiry tells you that these people were killed for nothing, you are doing your job. So I want us to go out not having the sense that this crisis we are facing today is a culmination of failure of leadership, failure to protect citizens, failure to respond to their concern. Then people who have other interests leverage on that failure and cause problem. That was what happened in 1967. That's what happened again. The state fails to protect citizens. Then people take advantage of that failure and led citizens to actions that were not properly thought about. Now let's look at the sit at home. And again, I totally disagree. I was, as a human rights fighter, I fought for everybody, whether you have IPOB or not. But when they started with ECN, I was clear that I opposed it. Why? You cannot have a private militia to solve a problem. If there is a problem, assuming there is a real problem, I'm not sure there's a real problem of Fulani invasion. There could be instances of clashes that you need strong state to protect communities. I mean, that's very clear. But even if there was that problem, it's the government in Southeast that should design a response. Not few individuals who now use an opportunity and create an army. That's where we got it wrong. And everything that happened afterwards was a failure of both governors to respond and failure of and the behavior of private actors. And then, of course, the elites were in denial and were not able to come out and say, this is a red line, don't cross it. Why? Because of narratives. So similar thing is happening in Southwest. Nobody is arresting them. In the North, nobody. So we now say, why should you, even if those people are doing harm to our economic value, why would anybody say, don't go to school on a Monday? Why would anybody say, don't go to work on a Monday? That is self-inflicted harm. It was avoidable. It took, some people estimate about 20 billion lives in the Southeast. And I agree with you that it was useless because even if we shut down the Southeast, Nigeria will not shut down. So it was also failure to the people who don't know anything took over leadership. Now, ask yourself, very important, why would people held, I went to speak at the University, law faculty, professors were there, and I was speaking after I finished. The now VC, the man who is VC now, Dean, then Law, took over the microphone. I said, Sam, you are speaking grammar. Now the Kano has finished. Because this is professors of law quoting, they see more credibility and authenticity within the Kano that would serve Ahmad. And even with their own. I'm not talking about Sam, professor, Dean, now VC. Not only the whole hall, lawyers. I'm not talking about. So what does that tell us? It means that a society where the intellectuals, the wise ones, have no trust with the people. The bad ones, the miscreants, have more trust with the people. Something is missing. And what is missing is elitism. We have to connect back to our people. We have to be authentic. And let me make this point, it's very important. I like what people are doing, but there's two errors the Igbos must avoid. One, the error that Nnamdi Kanu them of belligerency is an error, we shouldn't go there. The error of subservience, we shouldn't go there. You cannot tell Igbos that they should not vie for the biggest office in Lagos because they are not Yoruba people. That's an error. The idea of common citizenship is that we are all citizens of Nigeria. We can't be less citizen in Sokoto. And again, we must distinguish between cultural rights and legal rights. You say, it was Newi. I cannot go to Newi and want to sit on other council. But if I'm a Yoruba man and I buy a land and I have a business and I'm popular and the people say they want to elect a councillor, I have a right to veer. And the people have a right to choose me or not. So we must distinguish between the claim of cultural rights in a community and the claim of citizenship. Any Igbo man who goes to be struggling with Oba of Lagos over cultural rights is doing wrong. But an Igbo man who has built his business, who says, I want to represent Apapa, has a right. So let young Igbos not go out with this timorous spirit of saying we have to tiptoe to avoid backlash. That will end us second-class citizens forever. We should be wise, we should be respectful, we should be tolerant, we should be show discretion, but we must be assertive, we must be clear that we are part of Nigeria. It doesn't make sense to ask for integration and tell people not to feel belonging to where they want to integrate. We believe in one Nigeria. It's a Nigeria that's fair to all, a Nigeria that's open to all, a Nigeria where our children, my daughter, I feel bad that they feel she left school, made good grades, but she feels that here I can't get a job. Or my fellow Fulani classmates will get a job, but I won't get. That's the narrative we should change from our children. We tell them that you have a right to get a job to NNPC. The same way a Fulani or Yoruba or a job person has the same right. So I want to end on this note that it was wrong, it was evil to subject Southeast to the Monday sit at home. We lost human capital, we lost economic value, even our education. Maybe we should investigate whether outcomes in WAEC have been affected by that degradation. And it was senseless. It didn't amount to any strategy. It didn't lead to any victory over Nigeria. It's like stupid people digging hole and jumping in and digging and going down. But what I agree is that no Igbo youth, today it pains me there are people who are in prison, who were picked up, and courts have given order, and they can't be released. Look, I said on Twitter, I fought for Kensaro. I was a lawyer to Kensaro who were with Garufa with me. I took the case of, I'll show that now. I took the case of Zamfara, the first person who took the case of Sharia, to High Court Guzo, me and Olisa Bakoba. I fought Odi when they were attacked. Why should I not fight for Igbo youths in Southeast? Why is it less Nigerian to fight for Igbo youths who are attacked? Why should I be a great Nigerian hero fighting for Southwest, fighting Ogoni, but I can't fight for our people? So my plea is, we must be, I like this idea of integration, but we're going to go there like Zeke went to, the first Zeke, the first Nnamdi. He didn't go there as an inferior. He went to Lagos, sat for election, built the newspaper in Lagos, behaved as a Nigerian, even speak Yoruba, but was an Igbo man. That's the spirit that we need of Igbo youth. Go forth, aspire, build, explore, but don't be an inferior Nigerian. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sam Amadi. There is so much to take away from here. There is a need for the elites to return to discussing and planning and structuring the development of the people. Otherwise, we'll create a gap that will be filled with unintelligent people and the masses. The Monday sit at home was evil and unstrategic and a self-sabotage. And the discussion for the conversation for Igbo people must be holistic. Thank you very much. Now, before we move in, before we go on with the last, that is the conversation fully, I want to give our next speaker, Kelechi Deka, the floor to come up and talk to us. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Kelechi Deka.
I needed your leaders to be around for me to say some of the things I need to say. It's very, very important for them to be around. But I thank you all for being able to make it here today. And like Dr. Sam Amadi did say, it's not just about the crowd. I mean, it's what you take away from the crowd. You can have 1 million people here, and by the time you finish, only about 5 people were able to take something from what you said. But let's, because I think I have something to say, so I need them around. Just be patient a little. Thank you. Okay, as I was saying earlier, if you've had the opportunity to follow my writings, the basic fact I always like to portray is that 2 truths can coexist. And that's also a fact we need to highlight whenever we are talking about the Igbo question. And you're talking about marginalization, whether it is imagined or not. You know, I had a debate, a very long debate with you on the issue of marginalization. Let me give you certain instances about it. Yes, there was marginalization. Fact. There is marginalization. Until you understand what is called transgenerational trauma, you won't understand why. Every time there is a new prime minister in Japan, he goes to the Shinto shrine to worship. And anytime the a new prime minister of Japan goes to Shinto shrine to worship, there is protest in China and in South Korea. Why? But this is something that happened over 70 years ago. There is transgenerational trauma. The fact that you did not witness the war, you were born after the war. I was born 10 months after the war. But that does not mean that the war did not affect me. If you study epigenetics, you will understand that a stressed sperm of a man can impregnate a woman, and the stress can pass through that man to the unborn baby. And that unborn baby can internalize that stress and take it to the next generation. So if my father was stressed during the war, let me tell you about the theory of the returning soldier. The theory of the returning soldier said that after every war, especially a major war where a lot of men were killed, the next set of babies that's going to be born, normally nature designed it in such a way that there is always 105 male babies to 100 female babies, because male die more than females, and because the male baby is more fragile than the female baby, even right from when they were in the womb. So nature designed it in such a way that more male babies will always be born than female babies. And because when baby boys start growing up, baby boys take more risk, they take more stupid risk, men also take more stupid risk, and men also don't take care of their health. They don't go to the doctor until they're about to die. If you tell a woman that there's a problem with you, don't do this thing, she will not do it. But if you tell a man, don't do this, there's a health problem, he will tell you one thing will always kill a man. You see that kind of thing? So nature designed it. But there is a shift, which I have studied, and also some experts have studied it, in different wars. Whenever there is a war, the society that is most affected by that war, that shift moved from 105 babies to 105 baby boys to 100 baby girls to 109 baby boys to 100 baby girls. It is called the returning soldier syndrome, which is that nature is trying to make up for the number of men that were killed during the war. When you think about this thing, it looks so esoteric, but they're not esoteric. They're basic epigenetics. So what happened is that after wars, people suffer. All those young kids that suffered kwashiorkor, you saw their picture and you say, how did these people survive? It doesn't just go away because they just survived, they started eating, they just survived. It affected their brain. It causes stunted growth. And whatever causes stunted growth also causes stunted mental development. If we had the opportunity that every child that experienced the Biafran War, every child that was from 3 years to 6 years that experienced the Biafran War, if we had the financial wherewithal to pass them through a lot of psychological evaluation, you will find out that there is something missing intellectually in their brain formation, and this thing can last up to an entire generation. You see, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. That you did not see it does not mean that it is not there. What means that you did not see it based on the parameters of your searching. So when you talk about the effects of Biafran War, you know, I'm moving out from even the physical marginalization. Immediately after the war, they launched the three ROCs, right? You know, in our argument, I highlighted some of the things that even when they launched the three ROCs, there was no reconstruction in the area where the theater of the war took place. But the reconstruction and building of new bridges were taking place in Lagos. Godswill Akpabio, in one of his interviews, highlighted the fact that in eastern Nigeria, no reconstruction took place in eastern Nigeria. And eastern Nigeria was the theater of the war. But the money raised for the 3R was focused in developing Lagos. That is marginalization. Second, in 1971, the federal government, while you're talking about reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation, the federal government launched Decree 46. Go and check Decree 46, which is a Public Officers Act. What did the Public Officers Act state? It stated that anybody who were part of the Biafra, who came from eastern Nigeria and were part of the Biafra, will not be absorbed back into the federal civil service. After 5 years, then they moved it that they will be absorbed based on dropping in up to 4 ranks. That decree, unfortunately, and people didn't take notice of it, that decree was on until 2000. That was when Obasanjo abrogated that decree. And when Obasanjo abrogated that decree, that was when they started paying pension to some of those former Biafran police officers. Those people that used to stay at Oji River Bridge that time, they started paying pension. This thing lasted for 40 years. So how can you quantify the impact of such a decree or such a law in a family for 40 years? When you start thinking of what could have been, do you know how many men, how many families we are not able to take care of themselves for this, for 40 years? So when we look at what happened, we also fail to look at what could have happened if what happened did not happen. That's when you bring all these things together, then you understand some of these things. Apart from that, they followed it up with the indigenization decree. The indigenization decree meant that they nationalized all the big corporations in Nigeria. As at the time they nationalized all the big corporations in Nigeria and said that the public can buy shares, the only people that didn't have money, that were looking for money to eat, were only the Biafrans. So you can't be thinking about investing in shares when you don't have money to eat, when some of you are still going naked. So that was basically why a lot of our people had to go into commerce. They couldn't break into the corporate system because they weren't part and parcel of the corporate system. So companies like the Leventis, the UACs, all those big corporations were nationalized, and our people didn't have shares in those companies because as at that time, we were still begging for food. So people complain that doing this indigenization, and you say it's going to favor the entire Nigerians at a time, a certain demographic we are still struggling to eat was not right. So that's that. Not to talk about the abandoned property issue and all those kind of things. But the question is, should we come out every morning and we start weeping and we sat on our hand and start weeping that there was marginalization, there was marginalization, there was marginalization? Should we? No. But acknowledging the fact that there was marginalization and there is still marginalization, why I say is because that something happened. The Second World War ended in 1945. How come the Israelis and the Jews all over the world are still prosecuting some of the Germans up till now? That's how it works. So what I'm saying is that we have to acknowledge the fact. Bob Marley said something in his iconic song, No Woman, No Cry. He said that in this great future, you cannot forget your past. So while we are thinking about the future of what Igbo land is going to be and what it can be, let us not forget our past, because that our past is our heritage. We didn't ask for it. It happened to us. And we cannot make any achievement in future without recognizing where we are coming from. And if we fail to recognize where we are coming from, we are bound to make that kind of mistake over and over and over again. That's why it's very important. My own is that Igbo people should abhor the Okonkwo syndrome. Chinachebe highlighted it, that the biggest problem of the Igbo man and the Igbo woman is the Okonkwo syndrome. You know that Ezonyakbalam, Ogebenolum, if I have said it, it must happen like this. We also have to understand how to manage situations. Sometimes it goes like this, sometimes it goes like this, because the world is growing, the world is changing. We have to move away from that Okonkwo syndrome, because if not for the Okonkwo syndrome, some of the things that happened across Igbo land wouldn't have happened. But because we have that insistence, it must be like this, it must be like this, and we get so emotional about so many things that we don't want to hear from this, we don't want to hear from this, and it causes us problems. So in my conclusion, we cannot forget what happened to us. We cannot forget our past, but we must not allow our past to stand in the way of our future. We have to bring the past to the present for the sake of this future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Kelechi Deka. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. But that the history happened to us does not mean that we should forget about what happened to us and continue to lament. So, up next, I would like to invite Nzetobe Osigwe Ezikolomwo to the stage, and I also want to invite Dr. Omenua to come up to the stage also. They will speak to us briefly and also guide the next phase of interaction, question and answers, as we want.
Ndị be anyị ndewonu, daalụnụ. Ndị Igbo kwenu, ndị Igbo kwenu, Igbo kwezonu. Well, I want to be very brief because I believe some of us have questions. My message is simple, and that is exactly what we are doing here. If I show kata, let us converse. And another thing I want to say is that it's time for us to know that peace in the Southeast is the most important thing. Whatever ideology you hold, whoever you support, whatever religion you stand for, let peace come before that ideology. Let peace come before that support. Let peace in the Southeast come before that word, religion. And the Bible says, iweji achuoke, we megono, we su no. For some time, it seems or it appears as if we have used anger in pursuing the disturbing rat within the household. We have used that anger to burn down our own house. And what we are trying to do today is for us to realize that us having a peaceful house, a standing house, is more important than that rat that is disturbing us. So peace in the Southeast is the message we, Igbo Conversation, Igbo Integration Movement, this is the message we have for our fellow Igbos, Nigeria and Africans. I want to say thank you, and we want to open this conversation now in seeking for solution. What's the solution? Moving on from now, and this is what Dr. Nelson Omenora will start with personally, I wanted to see if I can just point people. We have from Chukwuemeka Olumegwu Ojukwu University. If we hear from Dr. Nelson Omenoga, I would like us to give opportunity from the students of Chukwuemeka Olumegwu Ojukwu University. At least one person should tell us solution. What we're talking about now is solution. We have heard a lot of the problems. We agree that there are some faults from, but right now, let us start thinking solution. And Dr. Nelson Omenoga is here. Briefly, 3 minutes. Let's start with solutions. Contributions moving forward will be what? Solution-minded. Or we direct the question to Kelechi Deka, and we find the solutions. Thank you.
I think I have 2 minutes to make my contribution. I think the day is fast spent. Just to, on a note of gratitude, thank the Igbo integration movement, the convener and the members for putting up this conversation. Because for me, this is the way to go. It is only when we come together and discuss our own problems and offer solutions to those problems that we can make headways. I'm one of those that believe that African problems, now bringing it home, Nigerian problems, and further home, Igbo problems, can only be discussed, interrogated, and solution offered by Igbos, by Nigerians, by Africans. Nobody will do that. We all want a greater homeland, but a greater homeland without talking about the issues, the honest conversation about the problems. It's like somebody clapping with one hand. Of course, it can make a sound. I think the speakers have made very brilliant presentations with some coming up with solutions. However, we need this journey to be very specific with the solutions to these problems. Now, if there is one thing that is common among all the presentations, is the fact that what we are missing in Igbo land is authentic leadership. Authentic leadership is what we are missing, and authentic leadership doesn't actually imply it must be political leadership. That leadership can come from anywhere, and that was what Nnamdi Kanu tapped on. And but unfortunately, the narrative wasn't that wasn't what he would have been mainstreaming. But whether he was providing authentic leadership, is that gap in search of that authentic leadership was where he launched in and capitalized to do his stuff. So we have to begin to talk about not just authentic leadership now, but how to hold our leaders accountable. That's another missing gap, and was something we need to do. In Southeast, we have governors who are holding forth various states. We need to begin to ask them the things they discuss in the Southeast Governors Forum, because they're discussing that doesn't have direct impact on the people themselves, then it's not what they are meant to do there. We've talked about the narrative, the power of storytelling, and saying it the way it is. I love what the Reverend Father said, and particularly how blunt Mr. Kelechi, was with his presentation, and of course Dr. Sam Amadi. These are the kind of things we need to begin to mainstream, and one way we can mainstream that is by owning our own media, because nobody is going to tell our story better than our. Ndi Igbo needs to be intentional with investing in media outfit and using that channels to tell their own stories, using that channels to mainstream our ideas. Like Dr. Samamadi said, this one might not be this full, but the thing we have to hold on is the ideology. If everybody here lives here well empowered with the words here, I'm sure if we give yourself 3 months, 6 months, the message here will begin to ring bell in every nook and cranny. And I love the fact that Afia TV is also here, mainstreaming this, streaming this live and having thousands and millions of people joining live to listen to this. So it's not just the people here that are listening. We have millions of who are able to hear what we are saying here. So Southeast need to be intentional with the search for an authentic leader. And Southeast also need the Southeast leaders. And by leadership, I want to be specific with our governors and what have you, because these are people who have been empowered by the institutions or institutional framework to do things on our behalf. So without going further, it's just to say to us that we need to get on to the real work. This conversation has begun. Let us do all we can to mainstream it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He said we should take charge of our own story. All thanks to Afia TV, which is our own, Nkabunkanye, is streaming live this conference on DSTV and GoTV, and also on YouTube. So we have taken charge. We've started that step, and we have also started the step of conversation. Now, the floor is open to anyone who has a question or a contribution. Thank you. There are some people there. Please, we'll start with those who have not said something first, before we give room for those who want to speak a second time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Afambo Agunabo, Mazi Agunabo. I'm a student of political science. So I believe this is a political matter and political conversation. My first question is Nigeria a nation or a state? As a political scientist, I'm a baby in knowledge, but I'm not a fool. I'm a final year student. And things I've studied and know about this country and the situation we are now. Igbos are intentional, have a good heart to be among Nigeria. But there's what we call political culture in Nigeria, whereby the political patterns are being transferred from generation to generation. I think that a nation is a people that have one language, culture, food, and same belief. Nigeria is a state made up of many nations. So the intimidation and Lagos we are talking about, these people don't see us as their brother or if we are part of this country. They see us as tenants that is in length to their own house. So we, the governors, I will urge everybody and the leaders of our Igbo land to fall back and take care of themselves by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. You asked a question and you answered it. So we'll move to the next person.
Okay, my name is Colonel Osigwe. I just want to make a few contributions. I want to thank the organizers of this conference for this impactful gathering where we have come to share ideas that can shape the Igbo nation. First, coming from a PR perspective, I want to plead with the organizers that their next conference, because I believe that this is not just about conversation, it's about getting results. Because too much talk without no result is just like time wasting. So there's what we call stakeholders. The next conference should involve all relevant stakeholders, because if you don't involve relevant stakeholders, we are just wasting our time.
it's not just about talking, it's about developing a strategy. It is when all the whole stakeholders are gathered together, the conference can come up with a strategy, a position paper on how they can be able to implement the deliberations or the output of the conference. I want to also thank my good friend. I just heard about him during the announcement of the conference, so I didn't really know much about him, but I met him for the first time yesterday, and in fact, of all the presentations today, I think I must say his own, to me, is one of the best. Is the best. He was able to analyze the situation of things, because that was what I was thinking about. The past should not be a place of residence. It should be a place of reference, and he just analyzed that. You understand? It should be a place of reference, but not place of residence. And also, I want to thank my good friend Dr. Menoha for his also contribution. You understand about the leaders. That's just like I said. Part of the relevant stakeholders are the government. Apart from the traditional institutions, the market leaders and what have you, the government should be actively involved in what we are doing here, because a lot after God and government. You understand, for the Igbos to be properly integrated into the Nigerian system, for us to bring back our pride back, you understand, the government have a key role to play. And let me share, for example, because you can't be talking about the Igbo Conversation Conference without referencing back how the Igbo started, even before the war. One of the great leaders that we have had is Dr. Michael Opala. You understand, under his premiership, Eastern Nigeria, I think a research group from the Michigan University rated Eastern Nigeria as one of the fastest growing economy. You understand, Eastern Nigeria would have been, if the war didn't happen, we could have been greater than the Asian tigers, than the Malaysia we have today. You understand? So now that a lot of things have happened, the civil war happened, just like he said, we shouldn't be dwelling there. We should have leaders. When we are talking about leaders, I'm talking about our Southeast governors, who should be thinking about how to move the Igbo nation. We shouldn't be thinking about whatever the presidency or resource control or every other. We should be thinking about how we can shape the Igbo states. You understand, with the resources they have, how they can take the Igbo nation from where they met it after the war, you understand, to the next level. The Eastern Nigeria is not the only state or nation that have suffered devastation from the war. Germany suffered. Today, Germany is one of the greatest economies in Europe. Japan suffered. Today, Japan is one of the greatest economies in the world and in Asia. We have Southern Korea. We have a lot of them, a lot of countries who suffered much more devastating war than we had in Southeast, that have moved on and have built a great economy. And all these things boils down on our leaders. So the conversation should be centered on hammering on how our leaders, especially Southeast leaders, can be able to develop the Southeast economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please bring the microphone over to this side. Let's give a woman a chance. Give her.
All protocols observed. My name is Ebonwosu JN. I want to really appreciate the organizers of this conversation, Igbo Conversation today. It's so insightful and impactful. I learned a lot today. And in all, I've been listening to all the presenters aptly. But there is this question. Actually, Igbos are feeling marginalized, and they will continue to feel marginalized until something is done. So the question is, is there no way policy measures, be it institutional or whatever, could be stipulated and implemented to ensure that the Igbos feel well represented or fairly treated, especially fully integrated in political activities, that is the process or the processes in Nigeria? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody.
I just wish to ask Mr. Kelechi, my namesake, a few questions and to say a few things too. Sir, I believe that actions have consequences. And from what I know, like Mr. Cornell said, Germany fought a war, Second World War. And from what I know, Germany remains one country that their military, till date, is restrained. These are one of the consequences of of leading the Second World War. Now, the Igbos will declare Biafra, Ojukwu declared Biafra, and it came with its consequences. But the pain I feel today is that we are still dwelling in that decision to, live in that pool of our decision. Sorry. So I think we should move the conversation from, we suffered this, we did that, and elevate the conversation to what can we now do? Where should we be? And these are some of the narratives that fuels secessionists. And when I see, people dwell on, we suffered this, we suffered that. Yeah, it's good. But it kind of fuels these secessionist ideologies. And I think we should really move away from that place and come to a place where we can seriously discuss where we should be in terms of, what Nigeria is currently, what Nigeria currently is. And I listen to the political scientists saying the same thing. And these are some of the things that he would carry, and I'm very sure maybe he has not lived in Lagos, but it feels like we are being intimidated. I was born in Lagos anyway, and I know I'm not intimidated anywhere in Lagos. I can do anything in Lagos. If I want to contest for any position, I can contest because I was able to integrate myself in what Lagosians are. But the Igbo man will first and foremost, and in the Bible I see ogupulo nwe no basina no gbelutere. So most times I na agupu why. But then we come out to say this. If the Japanese, the Germans that went through a very gruesome war have moved on, why are we still holding on to these things? Why? I mean, I can't really wrap my mind around it. Why are we still holding on to it 59 years after? And lastly, sorry, sir. He said, my good brother Ukwoma said, about May 30th. And I want to say something to correct that, because I know that in Nigeria, January 15 is Armed Forces Remembrance Day. So, I mean, would we be celebrating May 30, where Biafra was declared, when we already have January 15, which is Armed Forces Remembrance? Because whether we like it or not, Nigerian soldiers died too. It wasn't only Biafrans. So we have to balance these things and not have that mentality of Nigerian forces lost people too. And these are some of the conversations we should push. Thank you very much. In terms of solution, mentally, it has to start mentally.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Mazinya Iboko from the Center for Memories. I think a lot of people have spoken this evening, and their words echo, loudly. And I think now, on what to achieve today, one, the conversation that happened today. Please, we have to give it up to the organizers, because I call on partner. Healing can never happen without truth-telling, without reconciliation, and without remembrance. A lot of the things I talk among Nigerians, among Igbo, will never be. Unity requires acknowledgement. Healing requires acknowledgement. Unity requires justice as well. So if we want justice, if we want unity, if we want people to understand, their Nigerianness, these things have to be. The country is everybody. Now, a quote today did all of that. Right? So if you look at South Africa, their method of, reconciliation, if you look at Rwanda, if you look at Canada, you ask yourself, what has Nigeria done? None. Our first effort, 3 hours, go on. You did nothing. Second, Olusegun Obasanjo in 1999, the Truth and Reconciliation Panel, you did nothing. Till today, there is no national acknowledgement. We cannot move on. And our big brother, Mr. Kelechi Deckard, also expressed the genetical part of the, the trauma. And we'll still express it from generation to generation without even knowing. So for you to cure your problem, you must know the source of it. If you don't acknowledge Nisi na wagi, until the moment you acknowledge Nisi na wagi, before you solve the problem. And I think...
Thank you. We are running short of time, okay? Okay, just round up 1 minute, okay, so that we can give 2 more people.
All right, sorry. I'm not hogging the mic, but let me go straight. The first point is, 1, conversations like this needs to continue. And if you see the plurality of thoughts expressed here, if you agree, you will understand their pinpoints. And I think this thing happened today. Secondly, I think the state needs to be very definite. For us to control the narrative, the state has a lot of role to play. Today, for instance, if the state governments around the East had an event, successively. In my organization, we try to do the same, whether it's January 15, whether it's July 6. Even today, I have to head back to Enugu because we have another event today. So, but I want to thank you, Zetobe, because you didn't.
Thank you very much. Please. Let's give students the opportunity for students to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ebuka Okite from KOYU, Political Science Department. So I just want to do a quick thing. I believe that the Igbo populace have been heavily delusionized, they have been victimized, and they suffer from what I call savior complex dynamic. Now, what I want to say is that the question I even want to throw is that if these Igbo people are given this opportunity that they clamor for, especially the presidential one, to rule our nation or to enter positions of power, what kind of drastic changes do we think they will make? Or what would once again the Igbo man's gullibility for greed and to be cunning triumph his need to reform the country? It's just what I want to understand.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nonya Lumavelos, and I'm a political science student from Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. And my main question is, what are the objective indicators that we can use to measure marginalization? Because I use objective because sometimes we need to transcend beyond sentimental ideas. Is it political representation or economic exclusion or social discrimination? And as regard to my solution, I feel that sometimes perception can shape our realities. So we need to shift our focus from ethnic confrontation to inclusive governance. Nigeria as a body, Nigeria as a country should be able to create institutions that bring in fairness. And also, generally, we should address these historical grievances and focus more on dialogues that can shape our initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenny Nemeka Franklin, the president of Philosophy Department, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University. So, I would like to thank Unzel Tobi for this opportunity. Firstly, he told us to try and find solutions to the problem already at ground. So I have 2 solutions to this problem. Firstly is the concept that I like to say, those who forget their history are bound to repeat it. If you forget your history, you're bound to repeat it. Yes, I've heard a lot of people say we should not dwell in the fact of Biafra War and all that. But check what happened when we allowed a person twist the history to his own making because of what he wanted. He made another Biafra War happen, which my auntie was one of the people that suffered this, late Miss Elizabeth Ulom, which her picture was showed in the video. We forgot our history. We forgot Biafra, how bloodshed, how people died, and it happened again. That is one. We need to remember our history, not dwell on it, but remember. And secondly, we have, for the second solution that I have, we have to make peace within ourselves in the Southeast. We talk about us going outside and being strangers in the north, in the west, when most of us Igbos are strangers in our own father's land. The way that most people from Anambra treat most people from Imo State, most people from Imo State treat most people from Abia. We have to come together as Easterners, as Indi Igbo, to work together first before going out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I'm happy now, like this our brother that just spoke now, you are just like a diamond in the dark. Thank you so much. Because I say 30th of May. 30th of May to remember what happened. No, what about the one that is still going on now? I dare anybody to drive an expensive car to certain communities, Izombe, today. You cannot go to Izuka and now move freely with your vehicles. Many parts of Ezagu, you can't. It's still going on. And two ways, I get decided whether we want to be like China or we want to be what we are today. Just give me 90 seconds, please. In the Nanjing, go and check what the Japanese did in Nanjing. Today, the economy of Nanjing is bigger than almost the entire southern Nigeria. Are they still remembering that one? You think they've forgotten? They've not, but they've moved on. We need to barrel ahead, which we have moved. Before this criminal came with this nonsense they brought, this Biafra in this last iteration is the worst thing that ever happened to us. So please, there is nobody who will tell me that today is because of the trauma of what happened in the 60s that is holding them back today. No. What is the average amount getting to every state today? Where are those funds going? So let's just tell ourselves the truth and not transfer this thing to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone who made contribution to this discussion. There will be room that we would have loved to continue to discuss, but this hall has a time frame before they will put off the power. So we are trying to round up. Now, I want to thank, we've started, the conversation has begun. And I can assure you, iMove has a 10 years plan to continue to sustain this conversation until it gets to a point where we have exhausted the trauma and we have started the solution. Now, this solution is taking place around us. We need to just observe and key in. Every day, the Southeast Development Commission is showing the world, showing the Southeast of the things that they are doing to try to recover and rebuild the Southeast. We should pay attention to it. A few days ago, they did something for businesses that they are trying to bring in, to spring up, to drive the economy of the Southeast region. Like we pointed out, the problem is an economic problem. And as long as the economy is not going the way we expect, people will always want to agitate. We want to thank everyone here who came in. We want to give special appreciation to Ohaneze Ndị Igbo, United Nigeria Airline, Afia TV, Mazi Afamosi Igwe, Dr. Nelson Omenuha, Mazi Eloka Maduekwe, Professor Kate Omenuha, Vice Chancellor, Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Mazi Chukwuma Okpalezugu, the President of Ohaneze Anambra State Chapter, Mark Okoye Jr., MD Southeast Development Commission. Our speakers today, Dr. Sam Amadi, Reverend Father John Oloma, Kelechi Deka, Chizorom Ofebu Ijele, Ugoji Maximilian, Chioma Ayahotu, Gaius Chibweze. We want to also thank the Department of Political Science, the Department of History, Department of Philosophy, and the Igbo Department of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Department of Theatre and Film Studies, UNN, and Anambra State Government, Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo, and members of the Igbo Integration Movement. A very big appreciation to all these people we've mentioned. And we can assure you, this is the maiden edition of this conversation. There will be more. Next year, it will be bigger, it will be bolder, and it will be better. Now, all what we discussed today, we can assure you that we will get them to relevant stakeholders and we'll continue to follow up so that moving forward, while we discuss these issues, we can also discuss how the impact of whatever is being done is felt, and we can recalibrate our region so that it will reposition itself as the best region, the most economic vibrant in Nigeria. Thank you very much for being part of this discussion. May God bless us all and guide us safe journey as we go back home. Thank you.